Ready? Hello, everybody. I'm going to call the meeting to order, the 5th meeting of the Community and Protective Services Committee. It is a virtual meeting due to the COVID-19 situation. Please check the city website for current details of COVID-19 service impacts, and meetings can be viewed via live streaming on YouTube and the city website. The City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for council, standing or advisory committee meeting and information upon request. To make a request for any city service, please contact accessibility@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact cpsc@london.ca. I will note that we have a number of people on this meeting that some are seeking delegation status, some are here because we have a public participation meeting scheduled. I would just ask that you please, if you are on Zoom or on your telephones, please keep your microphones muted until you've been invited to speak. That will help us to move things along more quickly with fewer interruptions. With that, I will look to members of committee to see if there are disclosures of pecuniary interest. Councillor Hillier.
Yes, I need to recuse myself from 4.2 as my family puts on a 5-day event.
Thank you, Councillor. Any others? Oh, Councillor Helmer, go ahead.
Thank you. I disclose that pecuniary interest related to the regulation of short-term rentals, as I have in the past rented my home on Airbnb when I was out of the country for a month, and I probably would do so again in the future. So I'd be affected by the regulations.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other disclosures? Seeing none, we'll move along to the consent agenda. Are there any items that members would like pulled? Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I would like to beg the indulgence of committee and ask that item 4.2 be dealt with pre-consent. I ask this, colleagues, because I'm not well. And while all these issues are exceptionally important on the agenda, I would say to you that this is one that is time sensitive by virtue of issues relating to booking performances and the like. So if it's the pleasure of committee, I would be grateful if we could deal with that in advance of the consent agenda item, please.
Mr. Mayor.
I'd move that.
Yes, we don't need a motion for that, and I apologize. I was going to start with that, and I completely forgot. So I apologize. I did make a commitment to ask or to advise committee that there will be a change in the order of the agenda, and that we're going to begin with 4.2 before we get to the consent items. Again, my apologies, Mr. Mayor. I meant to do that. So let us begin then with 4.2, the 2022 Rock the Park one-time policy exemption request. I wonder if city staff, if a member of staff would like to speak to this item to get us started.
Good afternoon, and thank you through the chair. We have provided with you in the agenda report that provides background information on previous policy exemptions that have been approved by council, as well as a draft bylaw for your consideration, should members of council approve this request. So what is before you today is a request for an additional day for the current Rock the Park to move from 4 to 5 days. Currently, there is allowed 12 days of exemption at Harris Park, and this would bring up our exemption to 11 days. So we do have capacity in the current policy, the special events policy for this. So at council's discretion, we will leave this exemption up to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Are there comments from the committee? I will enter. Sorry, go ahead, committee. Anybody wish to speak to this? Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Thanks very much. If I was wrong in requiring the need to move the agenda item up. I suspect I do need to move this as a motion. What you'll see in front of you is, as Ms. Smith has indicated, Chair, this that we add a fifth day to Rock the Park. I'm happy to wait to see if there's a seconder to speak to it, but having said it, I can either speak to it now or wait to see if there's a seconder. I'm at your pleasure.
I think that there's a couple of people that have indicated with their hands jumping up that they would be interested in seconding, but go ahead, Mr. Mayor, I'll let you speak. We're at committee. You can go ahead. Thanks
very much. And again, colleagues, thanks for the indulgence of allowing me to, excuse me, to move this up in the agenda. We all know that London's been designated a city of music, and we anticipate that there will be many events that will make London and Londoners proud. The reason that I've asked for this to be dealt with today so that it can be ultimately adopted or not at the council meeting is because of timeliness. And why now? Because when one books performers, as I think Councillor Hillier's family would know, time's of the essence, and that's part of it. And I give some certainty to this operator who, frankly, Jones Entertainment's been an incredibly successful operator, having operated some 16 years. I'd just like to share something in terms of what Jones Entertainment, I think, has meant to the city. When we were struggling 2 years ago with COVID about the events that we may or may not cancel by virtue of it, and as it turns out, everything had to be canceled with the pandemic. Jones Entertainment was the absolute first organization to step up and pull their event because of COVID. And they did that because they felt that was in the best interest of the community. And it was before it was popular, but they, in my view, did the right thing. To give colleagues some information in terms of precedent, they have actually held 5-day events 2 times prior, once in 2015, another in 2017. Here's what we know. We know that events like this exceptionally successful event bring people from outside our community and inside London. They bring them to our downtown, to our hotels, our restaurants, bars, and other businesses. It's a healthy process for our downtown. I highly encourage colleagues to support at committee this bylaw that we would then take forward in 2 weeks to the to council. And so I hope I've explained my personal view on it. I could add some comments around the community giving they also do as it relates to this event that they've been consistently doing. And I think, again, that's just the mark of a successful operator that is proud to call London home. And again, it's my sincere hope that council colleagues will support it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I will point colleagues to eScribe, where the motion that the mayor is putting on the floor is there right now, if you refresh your screen. I would also call people's attention to an item on the added agenda, and is an added communication from Ms. Anna Maria Valastro expressing her opinion on this item. With that, I will go to Councillor Lewis, and after that, I have Councillor Fife Miller on my list.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for acknowledging me, although I'm a visiting member to the committee. It seems like I come to the CAPS a lot because there's always great things on the agenda to talk about. I am fully in support of the mayor's motion. And as council's representative on the Tourism London board, I cannot underscore enough how important events like this are going to be this summer as our hospitality and entertainment sector works to recover from the last 2 years, as we start to move towards something like a new normal as the pandemic starts to, at least knock on wood, appears to be in its less severe days, and perhaps the worst is behind us. So I think it's really, really important that we support this. It's an exemption to the bylaw. It's a one-time exemption. This is not a permanent change we're making today. We've heard that there's capacity in the exemption allowance for Harris Park. So I really when the time comes, I really encourage colleagues to support this. This is going to put people in our hotel rooms. It's going to put people in our restaurants and on their patios. It's going to put people downtown. Feet on the Street is great for the downtown. They will be visiting some of our shops. I'm sure they'll be patronizing places like Covent Garden Market and others as well while they're in the core to enjoy this festival. So I really hope that when this comes to council, colleagues will support it. I hope committee supports it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lewis and Councillor Fife Miller. First of all, my apologies. I do tend to go to committee members first. I always think Councillor Lewis is on this committee because we serve on corporate services together. So I see him and I think he's a committee member. So go ahead, Councillor Fife Miller.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, thanks for the opportunity to talk. Again, I'm supportive of this. I think it's very, very important to our downtown. And very, very important to the community as a whole that that we have some of these events come back to the downtown because they're so supportive of the downtown. I do have a couple questions though, and this maybe could go to the Jones team or to staff. My one is around the moving of people with the construction of the loop downtown. I guess my question is, are we making alternatives? We'll have a lot of people into Harris Park. Are we making plans to find ways to mitigate the impact on the direct community in ways that will allow us to move them in and out of the neighborhood as quickly as possible?
So someone from city staff, can you answer that? Go ahead, Ms. Smith.
So in partnership with the event operator, city staff, both in my area and roads and transportation, will work closely with the event operator to ensure that staff move in and out of Harris, that attendees of the concert will move in and out of Harris Park.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. Because I do think it's important that the flow of people coming in and out, I think if you talk to the neighborhoods, you know, I live in Blackfriars. I find Blackfriars very supportive of Rock the Park. Agreeably so that you get 4 days of music. But I think when you live there, you get 4 days of great music. And I think that's really important that we recognize that. I think it brings communities together. It gets people out in their backyards. I recognize that for some, this is a challenge, and it can be. It's a busy time, but let's be honest. As kids, we all descended on the east end of the city for the Western Fair every year, and it worked. And this will work for the 5-day period. So I'm very supportive of this for the downtown and for the city as a whole. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments from committee members or from visiting councillors? Not seeing any, so I'll look to committee members now to see if there is a second for the mayor's motion. Okay, I saw Councillor Helmer's hand go up a second before Councillor Hamou, okay. Any comments from any other committee members? Seeing none, I guess we can call the vote on that then.
We'll vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0 with 1 abstain.
Mr. Mayor, feel well.
Thanks very much, all. I appreciate your consideration.
Thanks. Now we will loop back to the consent items. Would anybody like to pull any of the consent items? Okay, seeing none, do I have a motion for the consent items? Moved by Councillor Hillier, seconded by Councillor Hamou. Wonderful. Any comments or discussion on any of these items? Councillor Lehman, followed by Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me visiting member of council. I just want to speak to the results of the Oak Ridge Assessment Center recognition. The staff was presented with a challenging task by council to recognize the contribution to our COVID fight by the Oak Ridge neighborhood, with the Oak Ridge Arena and grounds being used as the first assessment center in London. It was an interesting task because they had to identify what upgrades would be presented to council for approval. I'd like to thank Cheryl Smith and her team, specifically Chris and Paula, for working very creatively and getting the word out by using websites, social media, emails, and direct mail to get an unbelievable response. We had 84 ideas come in, winnowed down to 30 ideas for voting based on feasibility and duplication, etc. 430 people voted for those ideas online, in person, and by phone. We ended up with one winning idea for the short term, which is the upgrades to tennis courts. However, there were so many really great ideas in that group, and I hope for the community, it provides an impetus for neighborhood decision making for people to take that to push forward some of those great ideas for our area. There was also the majority of votes for long-term plans for the revitalization of the Oak Ridge Arena. And while the money is not in the budget right now for that, that does provide staff with a starting point to look at what I believe is sorely needed is an upgrade to that arena. And we don't have any community space in our ward. And this arena, I hope at some point down the road, will get such a space. And I hope this is a start for us to work together to look for fund ways to fund, etc., so that we can get there. So I want to thank this committee for your support through this whole process. And again, thank you to staff for seeing this one through. Great work. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lehman. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think next November, if I'm reelected, I better put CPSC at the top of my committee preference. I'm here so much. First of all, I will say through you to Councillor Lehman and to the staff who were involved, I think it's been a great job engaging the community on the Oak Ridge area improvements. And as someone who spent some time at that arena facility, I can understand why they'd like to see it improved in the long run, although that may be a few years down the road still. I wanted to speak specifically to 2.6, and that's the Parks and Recreation master plan annual update or annual report. There's lots of great things in there. Activities that have been undertaken by our team in a variety of ways. And a number of references, of course, to the opening of the East Lyons Community Center. I want to really extend my sincere congratulations to Ms. Smith, as well as Alana Brandt, who is running the operations at the building, and Lisa Brandy, who's running the aquatics at the building, and all of their team members who have done an absolutely fantastic job, notwithstanding the delays in getting open. And then 2 weeks after we were open, having to close again for more COVID restrictions, they have been phenomenal. Every single member of the team who's at East Lyons Community Center has been great with the members of the public. They've been great communicating with me, and I know that the space has really come alive and is being well used and is well loved by the community. So thanks to them for all the work they've put into that. But beyond that, colleagues, you all know that I spend a fair amount of my personal time in arenas, helping coach a hockey team. So I'm all over the city, and I'd be remiss, and I know I've said this before, but I'd be remiss if I didn't say it again. Throughout another pandemic year, our frontline service staff have been absolutely fantastic, whether it has been with the screening at the doors, the extra cleaning that they've had to undertake in our arena facilities, making sure that people are able to get in and out in a timely manner with capacity restrictions. It's been frustrating. The rules have changed so much. Even I've had to ask on a couple of occasions to staff members, what are the rules tonight? Because we just had a provincial change and I've got to refer back to my notes, and can you guys let me know what you've been updated on? And every one of them has been fantastic. And when I've had questions, our management team, Ms. Smith and Mr. McGonigal and others have been very quick to get back to me as well. And I know it's not just me, it's the thousands who use our arena facilities, but not just our arena facilities, our aquatics facilities and our community center spaces. I cannot thank them enough. I know this has not been easy on them. I know sometimes they have had people unhappy with the responses that they've had to provide, but they have been nothing but professional and delivered excellent public service along the way. So because this report's on the agenda, I just wanted to take that time tonight to recognize and express my sincere thanks to them.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments on any of the consent items? Councillor Helmer, go ahead.
Thank you, and I appreciate what Councillor Lewis just said. I think that was very well said, and it's been a really difficult couple of years for sure for people working in that area, and I think people have done a really good job as well. I did want to ask about the overall master plan, and I don't know who wants to handle this question, if it's Ms. Smith or Mr. McGonigal, but in terms of the impact of the pandemic and any shifts that we're seeing in terms of people's preferences for especially outdoor recreation options, and I wonder if there's any kind of plan to adjust what's in the master plan. This is one of these things that's quite a large undertaking to develop, finalize just before a lot of things changed for people, and some of those changes may be kind of sticky in the sense that people might want to just be spending more time outside, having done so for the last couple of years in a different way than they have been in the past. So I wonder if there's any plans for adjustments to the master plan or anything out of the ordinary in terms of what we might see in the capital planning in particular.
Ms. Smith?
And through the chair, I'll start and then I'll turn it over to John Paul. So as the councillor mentioned, our big goal for 2022 is to get back to our pre-pandemic levels of services and programs and opportunities for Londoners. And in part of that is we're paying particular attention to the trends and the changes that have happened in the field of sport and recreation over the last 2 years. For example, we are introducing across the city enhanced outdoor programming attached to all of our community and recreation centers. And we will continue a very successful senior center without walls, a virtual online through the phone system program for our seniors that includes not just leisure activities, but recreational activities too. So those are just a couple of the examples, but I'll turn it over to John Paul for some more details. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. McGonigal.
Yeah, thank you. And through the chair, I think in addition to Ms. Smith recognizing our continued focus moving forward on increasing outdoor opportunities and outdoor programs, I think it's important to note that in the master plan, it does direct and asks for us to do a more formal update of the master plan in 5-year intervals. I think that 5-year interval will be the right time for us to check in on some of our base assumptions and some of those trends and participations and activity types moving forward. And I think 2022 is just really trying to better understand how the recreation and sports sector will stabilize itself moving forward. And then we will bring forward a more formal update in addition to our annual updates at that 5-year interval moving forward.
Councillor?
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I also wanted to say just on item 2.4, I think 2.5, sorry, the report on the roles and responsibilities of the school boards and opportunities for collaboration. I appreciated the comprehensive nature of the report. It's covering really a lot of ground in terms of what's already happening And I wonder if, through the chair, I might ask if there are any adjustments or opportunities that staff are seeing in terms of especially the growth planning and identification of potential school sites. I think over the last few years, especially in London with such high residential growth and population pressures that are unusually high, it's really stressed that whole area. And obviously the school board, all four of them are under a lot of pressure to provide enough pupil spaces in the right locations. And I wonder if there's any changes to what has been happening in the past in terms of how we're sharing our assessments of growth projections, what we're seeing in terms of where people are actually moving, where new buildings are being built, if there's anything different happening over the next couple of years that might not have been happening in the past.
Okay, I'm not sure which staff member wants to handle this. There are a number of names on this report. Go ahead, Ms. Smith.
Thank you, and through the chair, I will start it and probably turn this over to my colleague, Deputy City Manager Mathers, as this was a joint project with a whole group of us. So, thank you.
Mr. Mathers.
Through the chair, absolutely, our relationship is very complex with the school boards, and as you can see from all of the names that are on this report, that we do have a lot of interactions. I'm wondering if I could just ask Councillor Helmer to maybe clarify his question one more time for me. I think I missed the last half of it.
Really just opportunities to maybe change how we're doing things or improve upon how things are happening now, especially when it comes to growth projections, things like GMIS, really fine-grained detail about where we think growth is going to be happening and where we're seeing growth happening. And for the school board's purposes, who exactly is moving in and how many kids do they have?
No, through the chair, thank you very much. We are working very closely with them through the GMIS process. So we've actually integrated them into our interviews that we do every year to make sure that they're on top of the information. And what we want to do moving forward is to kind of build on that throughout the year. So it's just not a one-time thing, that it's actually a sharing of information as the year goes on. This is actually a really good opportunity to do it over the next few years, because we're going to be undertaking a comprehensive review process that's going to be looking at our growth moving forward. So this will be a great time to be able to make it a possibility for us to be able to share that information with them. So I think there's a lot of opportunities in the next couple of years to be able to build and have a very cohesive relationship.
Councillor?
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on the consent items? I'll just say from the chair, I share Councillor Helmer's the way he spoke about this report, the school board report, and the showing and explaining what the roles and responsibilities are. I think that's really important for everyone on council to have, and because it's a public report, it's important information, especially when we've come through COVID, with everything, seeing the overlapping and the different jurisdictions during something like a public health emergency, and the school boards played a key part in that. So understanding and seeing clearly laid out in this report the different roles and responsibilities is helpful information. So I want to thank staff as well for that report. And if there are no other comments, we do have the consent items moved and seconded, so we can vote on that.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
So next up, we have the scheduled items, and there's one item there. It is 3.1, and it is a public participation meeting to deal with a proposed draft bylaw on short-term accommodations. First things first is I will need a motion to open the public participation meeting. Moved by Councillor Hillier and seconded by Councillor Hamou, thank you. I'll call that question.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 3-0 with 1 abstain.
I'll start out by going to Mr. Katolik. I think it will be Mr. Katolik or Ms. Musio to give us an introduction on what is before us on this report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The report before you tonight includes a draft bylaw and short-term accommodations, and the report and bylaw was prepared as a team effort, including representation from finance, housing, fire prevention, and our legal department. And Ethan Ling, within our policy section in municipal compliance, will provide a short presentation, and then we'll go into a public participation meeting. Our intent for tonight's meeting is to listen to the public, listen to the debate, answer any questions, and then report back with a recommended bylaw for the May committee meeting. Over to Mr. Ling.
Thank you, Mr. Katolik. Go ahead, Mr. Ling.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you very much again for having me to present on the short-term accommodations. Based on various studies, reviews, and discussions that have taken place over the last couple of years, municipal compliance are recommending a new schedule be considered for addition to the business licensing bylaw to regulate short-term accommodations, addressing local concerns while still permitting individuals to provide short-term accommodations in specific circumstances. So primarily the matter of licensing short-term accommodations was raised due to neighborhood nuisance concerns. Staff have received and continue to receive noise and nuisance complaints related to excessive partying and other issues pertaining to property standards, noise, parking at residential properties, which upon further examination were frequently being made for properties that were used as short-term accommodations. And while staff have the ability to issue warnings and fines based on those individual bylaw infractions, it was determined that another level of defense, quote unquote defense, was necessary to discourage repeat offenders from repeatedly offending. As research and direction began to take shape, though, so too did Council's concern about housing affordability in the City of London and the influence that the short-term accommodation industry is having on local affordability. As the report indicates, the short-term accommodation market is active, with approximately 650 units advertised at any time, with an occupancy rate of 67%. Well, that means that in London, about 435 units are occupied at any given time in London. And while we're not considered a large short-term rental market, this number is not insignificant. Annually, although local growth has only been 4% over the last 3 years, which equates to about 66 new units total per year. If you look at this based on the whole home units, whole home rentals versus unit rentals within a breakdown, that's equivalent to approximately 47 homes that are taken out of the market every year to be used for short-term accommodations. This growth trend is supported by both the Canadian and global research. In Canada, commercial operators actually make up over 50% of all Airbnb revenue. And that 50% of the revenue is concentrated amongst the top 10% of hosting companies. As we know in London, housing supply is down, housing demand is up, and average house prices and rent costs are at all-time highs, with affordability a major local concern. And while we don't presume that the local nor global short-term accommodation industry has created the supply or cost issues, research has demonstrated that it does contribute to the problem. As described in the report, the conversion of long-term rental properties to short-term accommodations functions similarly to gentrification, slowly increasing house prices and rents to the detriment of local residents. Therefore, based on our desire, based on our desire to give the municipal law enforcement team better tools to deal with neighborhood nuisances and to address municipal concerns regarding housing affordability, staff recommend the licensing of short-term accommodations. So what are the key elements of this bylaw? The key recommendations are that those who wish to participate in the short-term accommodation market must have and use their municipal license in order to advertise their dwelling. That these licenses are issued only to principal residents and their residences, and that hosts must pay the municipal accommodation tax of 4% of their nightly rental fee in line with the hotel industry. And finally, that this licensing regime includes apartments, condominiums, and other dwelling types that were not captured through the residential rental unit license bylaw. How will we enforce this license? As with any uninspected business license, the short-term accommodation license will rely on the applicant to provide factual and honest information or face a fine for not doing so. Staff will be able to review and monitor short-term accommodations electronically through the review of various online platforms used to advertise the dwellings, and in some cases through direct cooperation with those platforms. For example, Airbnb, who list 90% of our local short-term accommodations, have indicated that they will not only require a municipal license number to activate the host's listing, but that they will assist with some of our research needs. It is hoped that other platforms will embrace the same collaborative approach that Airbnb has offered. Our next steps following this public meeting will be to receive the comments from the committee and the public that are here this evening. Take what has been submitted to further refine the licensing recommendation, and it is anticipated that we will return with our final recommendations once we've addressed all the concerns. And that's it for my part of the presentation. Thank you very much. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you or the committee, you, Madam Chair, or the committee may have, or the public, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Lang. I'll go to committee first to see if there are any technical questions based on what has been presented to us tonight. Councillor Hamu.
Thank you, through the chair. I'd like to know how, I'm just looking through the report on page 144, municipal accommodation tax. How would we be collecting that tax if it is, in fact, part of the licensing?
Mr. Lang.
We've been working with our friends in municipal finance with that. So I think Alan Dunbar's here, and perhaps he can elaborate on what we've come to thus far and what we're aiming toward.
Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we would work through the process a similar process that we adopted for the hotels, but it would be the map. The plan is that the map would be collected one time per year when the license is being renewed, and we would work with our municipal bylaw group to collect that, and then we would bring that into the fold and add it to the other map that's collected currently from the hotels.
Thank you. Councillor Hamoud, you're good? Thanks. Okay, I see Councillor Van Holst's hand. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as the original goal was to cut down on the nuisance complaints about, or the complaints about nuisance parties, how will we accomplish that goal with this bylaw?
Mr. Lang.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. To you, Councillor Van Holst. I think there's what would be the best way to answer this? I think that the way that we've approached the licensing is to give our staff more tools. So number one, with the principal residents, there will not be that idea that people will be continuously letting out an income property, based in another city, living outside of London and allowing their place to be used as a party house. Secondly, I think because sorry, I lost my train of thought here. I'm going to turn off my other devices here. So number one, we've got the idea that it'll be in the principal residence and it won't be allowed to be in these absentee landlord sort of situations. And then secondly, the idea that we're going to work with the Airbnb or the platforms, the advertising platforms, to ask them to include a municipal license and then give our staff the opportunity to stop those hosts from renting if they don't have a license, and therefore also fining them if they don't have a license and things like that. That'll just add to our ability.
Councillor?
Okay, thank you. And what do we expect the impact would be upon those who have a property that's not their principal residence? Now, are we suspecting that those will become long-term rentals or just go on the market for sale?
We don't have any real statistics through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Rinholst. We don't have any actual hard statistics on that, but our anticipation would be A, that they would return to the long-term rental market, or B, return to the market to be sold if the sole purpose of them was to be a short-term accommodation income property.
Councillor?
Okay. Thank you. And perhaps you could also, through the chair, tell me a little bit about how we determine that it's a principal residence. At what point do we think it's not a principal residence? Let's say somebody owns a home and then begins to rent it out, but is away. I don't know, perhaps somebody's away in Florida over the winter and rents it out. Is it a number of months? Is it, do they have to return every once in a while? So perhaps help me with that understanding.
Mr. Lang.
Sorry about that. Yes. Through our municipal law enforcement staff, there are a number of, methods they can use. We're anticipating that the platforms will participate in allowing us to know how frequently places are advertised for rent, and if they exceed a certain number of days in a year. The CRA has a principal residence regulation or recommendation, so we'll be asking people to make a declaration or demonstrate that it is their principal residence. There are a number of sort of more loose tools, nothing specific to one thing that we can point to, but we've left it open for our officers, our municipal law enforcement team to, have the opportunity to make that determination. Specifically with regard to, those, we're anticipating that we'll be able to look. So finally, the other one I should mention is when you submit your municipal accommodation tax, there is a log that we've required the hosts to keep. And we're just exploring how exactly that's going to be kept, but it will determine or show us how many, evenings that year that the place was available for rent or taken for rent. So it's the rental of it, not the availability of it, that we're really concerned about. If it can't be your principal residence if you're gone for more than half the year, and it's being rented out. Now, if you choose to be gone for more than half a year and rent it out for just half a year, that's okay.
Councillor, I just want to remind, we're doing technical questions. I understand that that's somewhat of a technical question, but we're trying to keep detailed questions for later on because we do have a number of people waiting to speak tonight as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Then I'm happy to postpone the rest of my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hamou?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, I have a question about will there be kind of a two-tiered way to deal with how many bedrooms are going to be available? So if something is, say, 2 bedrooms versus 5 bedrooms and up?
Mr. Ling?
I'm not sure I understand the question. I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Sorry, I'll clarify. So I'm in the area where there's the majority of the Airbnbs in my ward. And there's the larger homes. There's homes that they're like boarding houses and they have over 5 bedrooms. So I'm just wondering if there's going to be a type of distinction between an Airbnb and a boarding house and how that's all going to work together.
Oh, okay. Yep. Through you, Madam Chair. We do have a 5-bedroom maximum limit in our zoning bylaw right now when you define dwelling unit. We won't have a different system with regard to types of Airbnb, but if they are being run as a lodging house is a different type of and still existing type. There's another bylaw for lodging houses and different type of license and different type of inspection regime. So it'll again fall down to the municipal law enforcement officer to determine if it is in fact a lodging house versus a short-term accommodation rental. And those are dealt with under different bylaws.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more council hands up in the air. So what we're going to do is go to the members of the public. Before We go to the people on Zoom or on the telephone. I'm actually going to start with people that are here at City Hall in person. I see you waiting in Committee Room 5. So I see Committee Room 5, and I have a list of names of people who have registered to speak. Or maybe you just wanted to be here, and if you don't want to speak, you can definitely shake your head. So I'm going to start with my list, and I'm going to start with Mr. Frank Fata. And Frank, if you are in that.
I don't wish to speak. I'm just here.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Okay, you just wanted to be here. How about Cameron Grigg?
No, thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Tyson George?
Yes, I'd like to speak.
Then you can come up to the microphone, and you have 5 minutes, sir, to address the committee, and I will start the timer when you start speaking.
Hello, everybody. So I have 2 Airbnbs in London, and I know that you guys have mentioned some of the issues such as noise complaints, parties, trash on lawns. I've heard from other people before. To me personally, that's already a bylaw, noise complaints. And we see at Western and at Fanshawe, we have so many parties all over the place that's already an issue set aside from Airbnb. And at my Airbnb personally, I have very strict rules in place. I have a camera out front to monitor people coming in and out. I have a strict no party, no event policy. And quite frankly, if we are having a lot of parties and stuff at Airbnbs, then that's a bad host. And then maybe that's a different issue that we can look at. Another thing too, in terms of principal residency, I have people who don't want to live in a shared space with somebody, or people who are gone 4, 5, 6 months of the year who want to rent out their place on Airbnb. A lot of them don't even want to do that because then they have to store all their personal belongings, lock everything up, and it's a huge process. So what a lot of them do is they'll have a secondary unit or a secondary dwelling at their place that they'll rent it out. And a lot of people even don't want to stay in those because they want their own private space. I just had a family that was here, and their son was getting chemotherapy at our lovely hospital in London. And they told me they don't want to stay in a hotel. They want to stay in a place that's comfortable for them and their family. So to me, to make it just principal residences is a huge disadvantage to not only the Airbnb host, but as well as all the people coming to London. And talk about Rock the Park coming up soon. A lot of those people are going to want Airbnbs too, because the fact is not everyone wants to stay in hotels. Or they can't afford them. You know, Airbnb, if you have, you know, a family of 5 or 6 people, you might have to get 2 hotel rooms, where Airbnb is a much more affordable option for people. And those are some of the things that I think are some things that should definitely be taken into consideration. Yeah. Anything else you guys think? Okay, I think that's good enough for me for now. I know that they all got stuff to say too.
Thank you, Mr. George. Thanks very much.
Thanks.
So the next person I have on my list is David Ferreira. You'll have 5 minutes, Mr. Ferreira, and I'll start timing when you start speaking.
Give me a second. So I wrote a letter that I'll read to you guys. And just speaking on behalf of the last person, hotels usually are owned by companies that are not even located in London. So that money, once it goes into London, it goes right out. And Airbnb hosts, especially the ones here, that money stays in London. So that's just a point that I wanted to add. Anyways, hi, thank you for letting me put my words into the public record. My name is David Ferreira. I've been a lifelong resident of our city, and I have a vested interest in London as it is home to my family, my friends, and my life. My memories and my future convictions are in London, and I intend to do my part in assisting our city's future. From childhood, I was quick to learn that the home is located at the center of the family. It brings security, it brings pride, it brings stability, and it's the center of all things occurring in one's life. I've been closely following our city's issues, the level of homelessness, the rent affordability crisis, and the lack of housing supply and sharp increase in home ownership cost is alarming, to say the least. Therefore, I fully encourage City Council to take actions to mitigate our issues. In 2015, I got a great job from a great employer, and I was able to save up enough money to purchase my first and only home, which I still live in today. This home is also a rental property. It's a purpose-built duplex, which required a lot of work, and I've been attending to it for the last 6 years. I live in one of the apartments while renting the other, and my strategy to pay the bills required both my income and the rent that I received. In late 2020, I was let go from my job, and it couldn't have came at a worse time. I was eligible for employment insurance, which I received, and I still received my rent income. However, considering the cost of everything, I didn't even come close to paying the bills, let alone affording food. By Christmas of 2020, it was obvious I was in big trouble. At the beginning of 2021, I became a real example of collateral damage that arose from our global situation. Like many others, I lost my job in a pandemic. I had bills piling up with insufficient income and a real sense of fear, and I struggled for a while. After a stroke of luck, my tenants informed me that they were moving out. With no immediate job prospects, but immediate bills and obligations, I found the short-term rental market as my answer. The short-term rental market has been the only reason I've been able to keep a roof over my head, the rain out of my hair, and I hope to keep these options open for the future for any kind of possible situations we might run into. I am one of the short-term rental hosts in London, and I am a real true local who now is relying on the income to meet my financial obligations until I can find reemployment. Regarding to the report to the committee, section 2.1 of the report, which lists raw statistics from the current short-term rental market in London, relies on research conducted by the Canadian Journal of Urban Research using AirDNA as a primary source. The methodology cited in the Canadian Journal relied on data extraction from scrapes, which is a technique where programs extract data from output generated from other programs. There are inherent issues with this type of methodology, especially for this case. The journal gets its data from AirDNA, which in turn extracts this data from scraping the Airbnb site. However, all the information regarding active listings on Airbnb are composed by hosts. Host listing details are composed with marketing in mind, and this skews the data and it's hidden. For example, from the source used in the report, my listing was categorized incorrectly. I currently am listed as an entire home, when in fact, I offer an apartment. The reason I list my apartment this way is because it's a duplex, and I provide the comforts of a home with a yard, no lobby, a driveway. That platform does not have the category for what I offer, so I found this is the best fit. Therefore, for my own example, I can say the data cited did not take into account marketing strategies of hosts, which lowers my confidence in the cited data. Instead, it groups everything into one neat, arbitrary story. Such bulk processing of statistical analysis is prone to such errors, and I can attest to the number of London short-term rentals that are in fact an entire home. It's certainly lower than what is reported in your report. As noted, Canadian research indicates the profitability of short-term rentals has caused both commercial and individual landlords to leave the long-term rental market, thus resulting in a depleted supply of long-term housing. That's where the report really kind of leans on. I'll speak to the nuisance part at the end. However, in the same report, as was also said earlier, it specified that the total number of short-term accommodations across all platforms in London has remained relatively stable at 4% since 2018 to 2021, at approximately 650 active rentals when that report was published. However, as of today,
Ferreira, you have about 30 seconds left.
Oh, I got some big points. However, as of today, approximately that number is less. It's at 599. So we have actual proof from the same sources that you guys used that the number is declining. It's lower. It's actually around 414 homes right now in total, which is less than 1% of the total homes in London. Putting it simply, statements akin to short-term rentals have contributed to housing shortages in London, and the dwindling supplies of homes for sale and increasing rent prices is misleading. Also, only referencing real local hosts in order to make the argument against big commercial providers with no mentions of real local hosts in the report anywhere else makes me feel like an apparent afterthought. There is a large amount of data suggesting other factors at root issue here.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Ferreira. You're past your 5 minutes. I even let you go a little bit over, and I do understand that you do have a lot to say.
We had one person who actually said he wouldn't speak. Can I take his time?
Sure.
Is that okay?
I'll give you I don't normally.
I need to, just
listen, I don't ever normally do this, but I will let you have 2 additional minutes. Go ahead.
Greatly appreciated. Thank you. The legislative process must be aware that this matter is not so black and white, and that there are large gray zones. I agree that big commercial short-term rental providers should be regulated or shut down entirely, leaving the local hosts like us to provide such accommodations as was intended. Nevertheless, such regulation should be enacted through a strategic and prudent approach. Any legislation attempting to curb these issues we face would be mindful to avoid any unnecessary collateral damage, because I have already been collateral damage in 2020 and I don't intend to be it again. Not all hosts who run short-term rentals do this because they want to or they want extra money. They do this because they need to and they have no other choice. So I'm asking you, don't take away my livelihood or the rest of the local hosts' livelihoods. I do have some questions, but I can put those away for now.
So, Mr. Ferreira, what you can do as well is submit that to
the public record.
So you could email that into to the clerk of this committee, and the email address is CPSC, so Community and Protective Services Committee, CPSC@london.ca. And if you submit that to the clerk, then she will make sure that committee members and even council members have a copy of your submission.
Thank you, Chair Cassidy.
You're welcome. The next person on my list is Adam Wayland. And you have 5 minutes, Mr. Wayland. I'll start when you speak.
Hopefully that's enough. My name is Adam Wayland. I'm a 10-year Airbnb host and a 10-year super host. I'm an Airbnb.org supporter, which I don't know if you guys know, but is the charitable arm of Airbnb, and will be welcoming some Ukrainian refugees in the next 2 weeks, which is exciting. I'm also a volunteer Airbnb community leader for London and Southwestern Ontario. I have lots of stuff to talk about, so I'll probably be all over the place. My position is very much like David's. I was 11-year member of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police here in London on Dufferin Avenue. I unfortunately took a medical retirement, and I quickly had to come up with a exit strategy to support myself, going from a very well-paying job to a potentially no job. So I worked very hard, saved lots of money in a very short period of time, and bought myself an additional property. I know that I'm privileged to do so. Not everyone is in that position. That property I use as an Airbnb. My argument would be, there was some arguments about partying, garbage, nuisance. I would say that a bad landlord or an absent landlord is much worse than an Airbnb or a bad Airbnb host. Airbnbs will be rooted out by bad reviews, by guests leaving bad reviews, by people complaining. Yeah, so having a bad landlord is worse than having a bad Airbnb host, because bad Airbnb hosts don't last. Bad landlords are for a long time. Our properties have to meet specific standards and require upkeep, and that's indoors and outdoors. We can't have garbage floating around. We can't have litter inside our units. Most Airbnbs would also not be considered affordable housing if they were returned to the long-term housing stock. And a lot of landlords that are now Airbnb hosts are Airbnb hosts because they don't want to be long-term landlords anymore. I know for myself, I had to put a lot of money into my units every time somebody moved out, or had to wait 6 months to get them out. It's now about a 13-month wait for the tribunal. So none of us want to go down that road. We don't have any recourse. I did have an opportunity to speak to Councillor Lewis and engage with Councillor Lewis before this meeting, which I appreciated. I don't think any host in this room has a problem with paying the MAT. I don't think that that's an issue here or any kind of bone of contention with anybody. I think the principal residence issue is the biggest issue, and the reason for that, I'll give you my situation. So I have an additional residence that I rent out, like I said, but I also rent out my boyfriend's parents' basement because they just retired. They don't have a lot of money. They don't have good pensions. So they needed something to pad their pension. So they have a little in-law suite. That's what came with their house. And they're not tech savvy. So I have 3 listings, but only two of them are mine. The additional ones are someone else. I also co-host for a neighbor. She's a snowbird, I guess they're called. So she goes to Florida for 6 months of the year, comes back for 6 months of the year. She doesn't have a good pension either. Her husband just passed. So she found out I was running an Airbnb, wanted to know more. So I rent her house for about 5 months of the year for her. So eliminating the primary residence clause would eliminate the ability for those other people to rely on people like me to help them host their house. So please keep that in mind when you're trying to eliminate those things. The other thing is making overreaching regulations is kind of scary. Being a community leader, we engage across the country with other community leaders and actually across the world, but we've been paying a lot of close attention with legislation in other areas. Places like Toronto, I think that their legislation and regulation was overreach. And now you've seen illegal Airbnbs, well, they're not Airbnbs, illegal short-term rentals pop up on Kijiji, Marketplace, Craigslist, this place, that place, Booking.com. And I'll tell you that all of those platforms will never work with you. They will not provide data. They will not provide a dialogue.
30 seconds.
They will not provide tools. They will not provide anything. Just like they don't provide it to hosts who go there, and you find out the hard way. So I encourage you to reach out to Airbnb's public policy team, reach out, law enforcement has access to the trust and safety team 24 hours a day. There's all kinds of tools that are available. So I encourage you not to use an out of the box approach. I encourage you to make something that London will be known for. Last, quickly but not least, is we just got a Unesco designation for City of Music, and this pandemic has created a digital nomads. Digital nomads don't own anything. They have a backpack with a laptop and some clothes. And if you want to be known, change London and make it welcoming for those people, because being a UNESCO City of Music is going to give us an opportunity to showcase our city to the entire world. And you need places for those digital nomads to be and to want to be.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wayland.
Thank you.
My next speaker is Nick. Go ahead, Nick. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening. My name's Nick. I've lived in London since I was 5 years old. I've been a landlord for the past, since 2015. I am not a commercial landlord. I'm an individual local London landlord. Most of my guests are not actually short-term. I think in your report, you designated that as under 29 days. Most of them are going to be at least a month, if not longer. And I help, what I do with my secondary rental property is to fill in the gaps with people mentioned earlier who are coming to the city for either work or schooling or just leisure. Maybe they're new to the city. They don't have their own place yet, their own apartment. They need something to fill in the gaps for a month while they find long-term accommodation to get a lease with a landlord. No landlord is going to sign a lease. You'd be lucky to get 6 months. Most people want a year. So you need this kind of, platform like these short-term accommodation websites. For international students, I have medical students coming in to do electives at Victoria Hospital, which they have to pay for. And on top of that, then they have to pay for accommodation. If they have to stay in a hotel, which would be the only other alternative, maybe they decide they can't afford it, so they don't come to London. They go to another city, another hospital. So I'm not leaving the long-term rental market. I use Airbnb to fill in the gaps for myself as well. If I'm in between long-term tenants, it's a mixed approach. Sometimes I have, a long-term tenant on a lease. They leave for the summer. I need 2 months until I get the next person, whatever it is. I switch it to Airbnb and just to fill in the gaps for myself. Hold on, I'm just trying to keep this short, so I'm just going to cherry pick from my letter here. Yeah, not everybody wants to stay hotels or can afford hotels. So again, this is, there's a definite need for short-term accommodations in London. There's enough students. I think last year we took in 400,000 immigrants. A lot of those are students. A lot of people are coming in from India and the Philippines and other countries to go to Fanshawe. That's a big way people are coming into Canada and London, is to get into a college or university. And these people, again, need that month. They're out of the country. They don't know a landlord. Even if they do, can you trust sending money electronically to this person you've never met? Is it going to fall through when I get there? Is it even going to exist? With Airbnb, you have the review system. It's held by a third party. I don't get, the landlord or host doesn't get the money. It's only released once the guest arrives and everything is, verified. So there's that safety involved, and that is why these people use it. So this facilitates international immigrants and students to get housing, which in some cases, they will not be allowed in the country without this, an address where they'll be staying. They can be turned away at the border. So this is a definite necessity. Entire home. Now, I just had a question. Maybe you can write it down and answer it later during the question period. But does this, just a recommendation, if you're making provisions, I would say, verify that a landlord or host is local by providing, proof of address that, I live in London, Ontario, which allows you to have secondary properties as short-term accommodation uses, as well as, so proof of that, and then proof of that you're, just the individual landlord. You're not some commercial corporation from, out of the city.
30
or the
seconds,
province.
sir.
So in summary, with all the different users and demand for STAs in London, short-term accommodations, there will not be enough supply if STAs are restricted to primary residences only. My recommendations would be, again, you must be a permanent resident of London. And if you want to look at the actual, year usage, if you want to put a cap on the months, whatever it is, then
Okay, all right.
that. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick, so much for your comments. I will go to the next person in 1 second. We have 2 more in-person people on my list, and then we will move to Zoom. There are 39 people on Zoom. I just want to remind people that what is before us is a proposed draft bylaw. So we will listen to the comments from the people, then the committee will debate this, and there may or may not be changes suggested by the committee for city staff. City staff will then go away, work on a final bylaw, and bring it back to this committee in May. And then there will be further debate at that time. So I just want to say as well that The staff proposal is not to eliminate short-term rentals. It's not to get rid of them or not allow them in London. There are 4 primary recommendations that Mr. Ling went over for us, that there would be a license regime in place, so short-term rentals would need to be licensed. There is a proposal that it be only in a principal residence. So if you're going to do a short-term rental, it should be your principal residence. That is an option that is presented to us today by staff. It has not been decided or in any way, shape, or form. The third is the type of dwelling units, meaning apartments, houses, and condos. And the fourth is that possibly the municipal accommodation tax, which is applied to hotel rooms, would also apply to short-term rentals. So those are basically the 4 things that we're looking at today. But right now on the table, staff are not recommending that we eliminate short-term rentals altogether. I just want to put that out there. The second thing I want to say is we have 41 more people on my list that will be speaking. If everybody takes their full 5 minutes, we're going to be here a long time tonight, and that is fine. If everybody has 5 minutes worth of things to say, that is absolutely acceptable. Listen to your fellow speakers. If a point has already been made, it is perfectly acceptable to say, I agreed with all the points that Nick made, for example, something like that. I am taking note of questions that are coming up, and I will ask city staff those questions at the end of all of the public presentations. Just wanted to get all of that out of the way. And then I will go now to the next person on my list, and that is Daryl Wood. Go ahead, Daryl, you have 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. I'm a local Airbnb host, and I think the big thing that we're all outraged about is it being only our primary residence, because a lot of hosts don't host their primary residence, mainly because that's where all our personal belongings are and that's where we live, unless we travel on a regular basis. So I just kind of want to clarify, that's what pretty much everyone here is outraged about. I think everyone can agree. But here's a couple things I wanted to bring up, because I do question the research data, because it just doesn't seem accurate compared to what I've seen in the real world as a host. In regards to taking away affordable housing and stuff like that, that's got nothing to do with Airbnb. That's just an outcome of inflation and the current environment we're in. But what Airbnb does do is it provides an alternative for people. So say, for example, your landlord sells your house. Well, where are you going to go in that in-between period? You are directly making those people homeless by eliminating Airbnb, because some families have nowhere else to go until they're able to find another place. So we are a solution for that. As well as it's a common growing trend that a lot of people don't want to move their furniture. We have a ton of students that may only want to be here for 3 months. For them to go buy beds, couches, dressers, and everything else just for 3 months to do a semester in school, they would much rather rent an Airbnb. So how is that fair to take that away from them? And again, I understand you're not eliminating Airbnbs, but by making it only our primary residence, to us, it's the exact same thing. Because again, all of us hosts, normally we're hosting alternative units that are not our primary residence. I just want to talk about a couple of my guests that I would normally have. So during this pandemic, Airbnb has been vital for quarantining. I've taken countless people that are in situations where they need to legally quarantine because they're maybe affected by COVID. So I ask you guys, where would you rather stay if you're stuck for 2 weeks? In a hotel room or an entire apartment or an entire house? We also have had an issue with the vaccine mandates and all the nurses. I housed at least 7 or 8 different nurses that were brought in to solve that problem. And again, they needed a temporary solution, which we provided. In regards to partying and all that kind of stuff, I don't feel that's fair to blame that on Airbnbs, because that's just the tenants. They could be long-term, they could be short-term, but the difference is, as an Airbnb host, we have tools and we have the ability to shut that party down. As a long-term tenant, we have to go to tribunal. To deal with any issues takes a lot of times, maybe a year, sometimes 6 months. So it's basically impossible for us to shut it down. But if it happens in an Airbnb, we can actually have that party. We can contact Airbnb, we can have their booking canceled, and we can contact Bylaw and have them removed from the property. We don't have those tools as long-term landlords. So I ask you to please reconsider your decision to not make Airbnbs just your primary residence.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Next and last person in person is Ms. Charlene Robichaud. No? Okay. I have on my list that Charlene is there and she would be speaking, but not her partners or her niece, not her partner or her niece, but it looks like Ms. Robichaud does not want to speak her either. And that's fine. That's perfectly fine. Is there anyone else in that committee room who has not, whose name I did not call out and who would like to speak? Perfect. Not seeing anybody. Okay. I will go to the Zoom callers and I do have a list as well. So I will follow the order of my list. As I said, there are almost 40 of you, so I just ask that you have patience as your fellow speakers go. So the first on my list is Danielle Denemy.
Hello, thank you for having me. I have been in the Airbnb community for 2 years and lived in London my whole life. I would agree with everything that has been said so far. I believe that restricting it to Airbnb hosts as their primary residence is a very big mistake for the City of London, not only for tourism and to draw tourism into the city, but also I've had many experiences hosting people who are new immigrants to London, and they need somewhere that's long-term, but not necessarily needing a lease. They need that flexibility. They want to find more of a permanent spot as well, being able to purchase what they need for that more permanent home. As it's been mentioned, mature students that have come with their families to Fanshawe. I've had people that have had surrogates in the London area that are traveling out of country to come here. I've had so many situations that it would just really affect London as a whole, on top of all the examples that have already been said. I do disagree that the data, or I agree that the data is incorrect. All my neighbors have been extremely impressed with all of my Airbnb guests, and that is a true reflection of the vetting process with reviews that do come. I do also have rules in place for my Airbnb, which I think are reasonable and people do follow, but each one of my neighbors have come and commended me on how fantastic it is run. But I won't go on more and repeat what others have said, but I do appreciate the time today.
Thank you, Ms. Denemy, and I appreciate that from you as well. So next on my list is Jen Romneys, and I will say as well, for people on Zoom, it is completely up to you if you want to put your camera on. It's nice to see a face, but if you don't want to put on your camera, that's fine as well. So I have Jen and Chris, one after the other. You each have 5 minutes. It's up to you how you want to do this. I'll start my time.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I guess I'll start. So we've been a Airbnb host for a few years as well. We just have 2 units of Airbnb. We're also long-term landlords as well. And I think for me, I agree with everything that people have said before. In particular, the part that I disagree with is the principal residence clause. That's really what we're snagging on here. And I also want to say too, if you do want to get rid of the short-term rental, I would really like to see the City of London beef up their long-term rental tribunal and board, because what I really like about Airbnb is whenever we have had issues, it has taken mere days to get problematic tenants out, whereas through the tribunal, it's taken us up to 6 months. And that was years ago. We have a problematic tenant now that we're having issues with that we can't get out either because of the backlog that's in the system right now. Yeah, so, which is basically going to kick out some really good tenants because of the behavior of a bad long-term tenant. It's really an untenable situation. And I think that what you need to do is really focus on the systems that you have now, the bylaws, the processes, and really beef those up before you start shifting gears and creating more processes and more hurdles and more rules and regulations for the short-term rental market. And then I think the other thing I'd like to say is that, you know, I get that there's like a shortage of houses and things like that, a real premium on rental units. Within walking distance of our Airbnb, there are 2 homes that are rotting in place. So I think, again, if you go to your actual long-term tenant rental licensings and checking out those and tagging these vacant buildings that aren't being housed at all, why don't you go for those rather than my Airbnb? And Chris, would you like to talk?
Yeah, I'll just say a few things. I completely agree with all the speakers so far. The big issue here is this principal residence criteria, taxing and, you know, creating licensing. No one has issues with that. Our Airbnb, it is licensed as a duplex currently, and it's a safe, clean, you know, welcoming, warm place. You know, we've hosted new immigrants to Canada, doctors, professors, family visiting elderly relatives, and one individual spoke. We've had a number of people in town that have received medical treatment in London, and they come to London on a short-term basis and want a safe, clean home to spend quiet time in. So the issue is the principal residence criteria. This is the big issue, and everyone so far has said that, and I think everyone after us is going to comment on that too. And what my wife said as well, dealing with long-term tenants, there's pros and cons to that, but the big con nowadays is getting rid of a bad non-paying tenant. At the Airbnb meeting that was held a couple of years ago previous to COVID, it was at the library downtown. I brought this up too to Mr. Katolik, how it was nearly impossible to get tenants out, bad, destructive, non-paying tenants. And he agreed, and everyone in that room agreed too. This is the reason a lot of people do Airbnb for a short-term basis. It's easy to deal with problematic people. And even if it isn't in your principal residence, we're notified right away and we deal with the problems right away. So the city, I feel, needs to use tools they already have in place if they want to, you know, deal with short-term parties or, you know, negligent landlords. But please say no to making it in, you know, only in your principal residence. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. And I will turn next to Cindy Fata. Ms. Fata, are you online? Okay, I'm not hearing from her. I'll give her another second. Maybe she's having trouble with her mute button. All right, so we will loop back if she joins our meeting, and if not, I'm gonna go next to James.
Someone's yelling in that. Someone's yelling? Like there's some situation happening.
James Fernandez.
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for having me. I agree with a lot of the points that the other hosts have talked about here. A few of the things that were brought up, I just wanted to expand on. One of the things, the first thing was the primary residence. Taking away stock from this short-term rental market that we have available is, I think, going to be very detrimental for a bunch of different reasons. And I just wanted to talk about a few of the types of guests that we're hosting. So one of them is specifically our medical tourism. We have a lot of world-renowned, or at least really well-done, well-performing hospitals in the area. A lot of the people that are coming to London are staying to visit family members and to be close to their family when things are very difficult. Staying in a hotel where there's no backyard or kitchen, they can't bring their pets maybe for an extended stay. They have kids and the hotels don't have cribs or like a comfortable place for their children to stay for extended periods of time, adds to that stress of potentially losing a loved one. That's just one of the medical, I guess, tourism aspects that we have here in London that is directly impacting our short-term rental market, and we provide a solution for that. The next one is the sports tourism market. We have so many people coming from out of town for tournaments, but also to visit our big arenas, just to watch games and different concerts and tourism in general. The downtown area is serviced by a lot of these types of venues. And again, when you have a larger group of people, and again, not for parties, but just coming down together to celebrate whatever's going on or visit London, it becomes pretty much fiscally impossible to afford, let's just say 10 hotel rooms, rather than one Airbnb that has 3 or 4 bedrooms that could be shared by a few couples. The last one, we already talked about the Unesco music designation in London, and we have a lot of people coming from out of town to visit London for various reasons. And again, when you are traveling with your children potentially, or larger groups, it's the same points. Kind of moving on from there, we also talked about, I think it was Daryl that brought up the transitionary housing that is provided by short-term rentals here in London. We have people who potentially just sold their house and are waiting for their next house to close. They can't necessarily stay in a hotel room for 2 or 3 months in that period of time. You have people, as was mentioned, between housing for various other reasons, for placements from out of town for nurses, doctors, other students. We have a lot of students coming in that are here for post-secondary and post-graduate education. And those are a few of the other points that weren't really addressed. Just limiting it to primary residence, I don't think is a really good idea. And the taxes and fees and whatever else that would be levied, it's kind of needs to see how those would be collected properly, how those would be tracked properly, and where that money would actually be spent. If it's just for enforcement, how we can actually enforce this properly. Because right now we have already an enforcement issue with noise, with garbage, with whatever, and all the points were already brought up, regardless of whatever's collected right now on municipal taxes to help with enforcement. It's not happening anyway. So is this fee actually going to help? I'm not really sure. That's kind of it for now. I know there's other people that have some points to make.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. I'll go next to Musa Sidhu. Musa Sidhu, are you on Zoom or phone? Okay, so I will loop back to Musa if they come and join us later. Next, I will go to Danielle, and I am so sorry if I mess up this name, Yemeshkin. Daniel Yemeshkin.
Yeah, nothing to say at this time, but I agree with everything that's been said by all the speakers so far. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Next is Pratik Chandwani.
Thanks for having me. I agree with all the points that were made by the speakers so far. I'd also just like to add that I was talking to one of my buddy about a tiny town Ontario, and then in the conversation it came up, well, do they have Uber there, right? And they did not. So based on the suggestions that have been made, I'm afraid there are not going to be a lot of primary residence Airbnb hosts. And London, I don't want London to be known as a city where there is no Airbnb. Just for the greater good to move ahead in time, we want to restrict. We want to have rules that will help us host better. That will actually truly solve the problem of garbage and nuisance, but not restricted by hosting just on primary residences.
Thank you, Mr. Chandwani. Next up is Aaron Belanger. Aaron Belanger, are you on Zoom with us? We'll come back to Aaron then, and we'll go to Cerise Thomas. Is there a Cerise Thomas?
Yes, hi.
Hi, and I apologize if I'm saying your name wrong.
It's Karis.
Great. Go ahead, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you. Thank you for having us. Thank you for arranging this time for us to be able to share our concerns. I do want to say I agree with almost everything that has been said so far. And I want to say that I'm extremely proud of our Airbnb community. My husband and I have been hosts for 3 years. We purchased our property with funds from an inheritance, with the intention that this second property of ours will be our retirement home. In the meantime, we are using it as an Airbnb to help us with our own finances. As was the case with previous speakers during the pandemic, all of my husband's work disappeared. And without having Airbnb, we would not have been able to make ends meet at all. I would like to say that the data that has been collected shows that this is a niche market that is needed. And I'm sure you have experienced that all of us are saying the same kinds of messages. It shows you that it is a requirement or should be a requirement in our city, especially if we plan on being a major tourism destination. I have no problem with rules on type of residence. I have no problem with a license. I do have a problem with being taxed at the same level as major corporations as hotels. I don't have a problem with a tax per se, but the same percentage I don't necessarily think is appropriate. And as with all of the other speakers, the primary residence section of this writing is the difficulty. If that was put in place, if that came to be the setup and the requirement here in London, we would have to sell our secondary place, and then we would have to be searching in the future for our retirement home. Since we know this is going to be our retirement home, we take exquisite care of the space. To be an Airbnb host is a lot of work. And as you can tell from other people, we're very proud of it. We're very proud of, yes, we are super hosts as well. We are very proud of the people that we have hosted, that we have met from all over the world. One of our favorites was a couple of gentlemen from Australia who came here to adopt their surrogate baby girl. A hotel would be an absolute ridiculous situation for them. They needed to be here for several months because not only did they have to wait for their child to be born, you then can't just take her and put her on a plane. She needed her paperwork, she needed to be of a certain age, etc., etc. Meeting them and making that, having a small contribution to that event in their lives was tremendously gratifying for us. And they were thrilled to be in this area, in this neighborhood. We did have one difficulty with a guest who misrepresented himself. And when we needed to address it, Airbnb was there immediately to take care of any concerns we had. So in closing, I just want to say that I do agree with almost everything that has been said, and I'm very proud of our Airbnb community. My only sticking points are primary residence and the percentage level of tax. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Thanks very much for your succinct presentation. I will go next to Levi. Do we have a Levi? Or Levy? My apologies again for any mispronunciations. I'm trying my best. So we will loop back to anybody who didn't get the call the first time. Next is Mac Razak. Is there a Mac Razak with us?
Hi, Madam Speaker. Thank you for having me.
Go ahead, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Yes. So thank you for having us. I would like to say that I agree with my colleagues about their points about Airbnb. You clarified and said that this resolution is not about banning short-term rentals, but in fact, if you're going to ban, the restriction on primary residence, you're pretty much eliminating Airbnb rentals in the city of London. The guests that we see in Airbnb, at least from my personal experience for hosting for 2 years, are generally longer term guests. These are students coming to London to study or people coming to London to work or whatever. These people have more needs than hotels can provide. Needs such as having full kitchen, fully stocked, having laundry room, access space. something that simply hotels just do not offer. I know one of the resolution goals was to prevent parties in the Airbnbs, and there are many tools that Airbnb provides, and Airbnb has been taking this situation very seriously, and they are banning parties. We also have other tools to use, such as noise monitoring devices that lets us know what's going on in our unit 24/7 before even the neighbor complains. So in short, I don't think it's the right move to have the primary residence added to bylaw. I do support taxing and regulation. That's fine. That's not my issue. It's just the primary residence speculation. Other than that, I have nothing else to add.
Thank you so much, Mr. Razak. I will go
Thank you.
next. Thank you. I will go next to Adora Fernandez.
I just simply agree with everything that has been said already by the other hosts. But if I could actually ask you for the email address that you had stated before.
Sure. It is CPSC. So the it stands for Community and Protective Services Committee. So CPSC@london.ca.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is Dayu Wang. Dayu Wang.
Yeah, I agree with all the comments made by the public so far, especially the folks in Committee Room 5, James, Pratik, and Saris and Brock, and many others. Just to reiterate, I think Airbnb has provided great solutions for both locals and travelers. I also strongly agree that forcing my primary residence to be an Airbnb has multiple flaws because part of the purpose of Airbnb is privacy. I want to live on my own, and my guests want to live and cook on their own. Homeowners do Airbnb because there's a strong demand for the many types of clientele that the folks brought up, and none of these folks are coming to party. Unlike hotels, having an Airbnb place for privacy and having a place to make food from groceries, in our times where food is super expensive, is almost necessary, especially if these guests will be living here for long periods of time. And lastly, I just want to mention that Airbnb is often costly for landlords in both money and time. After furnishing a 2-bedroom house just recently, my costs totaled to over 15K upfront, and I hope the city can have a little bit of appreciation for hosts putting in the costs to improve the hospitality experience for the city, for many types of important guests, from nurses to contractors and other types of important clientele. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wang. Next, I have Tracy Choi. Is there a Tracy Choi in our Zoom? All right, we will loop back to Ms. Choi or Mr. Choi. And I have next Joe DiFelice. Is there Joe DiFelice or Joe DiFelice? All right, we will come back. Lori Murphy.
Hi there, thank you for having me. I just want to lend my voice to the support of not using the primary residences and thank everybody who's made some exceptional points, and I'd rather reserve to question period. Thanks.
Okay, Ms. Murphy, I just wanted to let everyone know the way a public participation meeting works is the public has this one opportunity to speak. I have been taking the questions down, and I will ask those questions of staff. But if you have something to say or even a question to ask that you would like me to write down, now is the time to do it.
I don't mind emailing that.
Excellent, great, thank you, Ms. Murphy. So I will go next to Julie Wilsey. Is there a Julie Wilsey? I'm not hearing any Julie Wilsey. We will loop back there. Jason Yu. Do I have a Jason Yu? All right, next I will go to Robert Hill. Is there a Robert Hill? All right, I will move on to Wayne Hissong. Is there a Wayne Hissong?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
Can you get me your
Wayne's
name?
my husband.
Okay.
My name's Andrew. We run our Airbnb together.
Okay, go ahead. You have 5 minutes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. So we moved to London about 10 years ago. My husband and I worked in the United Nations for many years, and we moved here to raise a family. We bought a small home. It only has 2 bedrooms, so we outgrew it when we had 3 boys. And we decided a couple of years ago to turn it into an Airbnb, and we live next door to it. And we very quickly became super hosts. One of the reasons, or a couple of the reasons we decided to do an Airbnb was, one, for the money, but also for the experience of meeting people from all over the world, which we've been used to working for the UN. And we're a large family. There's 5 of us, and we have a Newfoundland. And when we travel, we never stay in hotels. We always stay in Airbnbs or VRBOs because they offer the most affordable and flexible means of accommodation for us, especially since we have a dog. And I can tell you that we frequently choose where we're going to visit based on the availability of private, suitable homes for us. When we started our Airbnb a couple of years ago, our first guests were a family from Guatemala who were moving to London, and they had no idea where to stay or where to look for a home. And because they stayed with us in our Airbnb, we quickly became friends with them. And we were able to show them London, show them everything about London. We love the city. And they were able to find another home. And they have stayed here and have applied for permanent residency because they love London so much. We have also welcomed families from China, South America, Europe, Russia, as well as many Canadian families that are looking for a home to stay with their pets. We allow dogs. And it's made a massive difference for those families that have nowhere else to stay. It's very difficult to stay in a hotel when you are a family traveling with a pet. We're in Old North neighborhood, so we're near the hospitals. We've had guests stay with us who are waiting for surgeries and need a comfortable and private home to stay in so they can be close to their loved ones in hospitals. Some of our guests have actually chosen to move to London after staying with us because they fell in love with our neighborhood. And we were able to share with them our experiences and tips for getting to know this amazing city. As another speaker said, we've also had medical students stay with us who've chosen to do their electives in London. We don't charge a lot for our home, even though it's beautiful and it's well maintained. And it allows people who couldn't afford to stay in hotels for 2 to 3 weeks a very comfortable and private place to stay. So, we believe that by prohibiting the short-term rentals in private residences in places other than your principal residence, such as ours, will severely limit those people who travel as a family, travel with pets, and those people who can't afford to stay in hotels. I'm urging council to not resort to a knee-jerk reaction and blame short-term rentals on our housing shortage and our lack of affordable housing. There are so many other solutions that council can look at. They can look at this occupancy tax and use it to fund affordable housing. They can restrict the number of Airbnbs owned by Londoners. They could prohibit new Airbnbs from being registered. One person brought up ban commercial operators, ban owners of Airbnbs who don't reside in London. I can tell you from here, I'm so impressed by the Airbnb owners that we've heard so far. They clearly care about what they do. And I'm guessing that none of these people are the ones responsible for these parties, which quite frankly, I'm really shocked that that was even an issue. We know immediately if someone's going to host a party and we put an end to it. And it's only happened once in the 2 years that we've owned an Airbnb. I can almost bet that the vast majority of parties that are happening are student rentals and absentee landlords. So I think council is looking at the wrong source for these parties that they're talking about. And as far as affordable housing goes, as as I said, there are other alternatives to this. And, for example, how council should be supporting the residents of those buildings like on King Edward Avenue, where new owners are trying to unlawfully evict tenants for spurious reasons so they can increase rent. Those are the kind of landlords that the city should be going after.
You have 30 seconds, ma'am.
Sorry?
You have less than 30 seconds left.
Okay, not legitimate business owners. I'm urging council to come up with alternatives to address our housing shortage, not resort to a knee-jerk reaction, and not hurt our travel industry, which I'm sure is very well supported by the respectful Airbnb owners that I've heard during this council meeting. Thank you so much for letting us talk.
Thank you very much. Next up, I have Victoria King.
Yes, I'm present.
If you'd like to speak, you can go ahead and you have 5 minutes to do so.
Okay, thank you so much, Madam Council. I'll be very brief. All the points I have already been brought up, and I agree with my colleagues and the suggestions that have been made. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity and the time.
Great, excellent. Thank you so much. Next, I have Idalberto. Is there an Idalberto? And I'm sorry, that's the name that I have written here. I don't have either a first or a last. I'm not sure which is which. Looking for that Idalberto. And we will come back to that name. And I will go to Helen Belanger. Is there a Helen Belanger with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Again, to say basically ditto as to what has already previously been stated, and thank you for the consideration.
Great, thank you so much. Now I have Katie Toy.
Yes, hello, I'm here as well. Thank you for the time. I think that I also agree with many of the points that have been shared. And one of the last speakers did say that many of us here are super hosts and have been hosting for a long time, which does show that the hard work and the dedication to the community that we do have and the love and care that we do have for the properties. I do also agree that limiting to principal residences is one of the primary issues that we are having here. But I also would like council to consider putting efforts better spent on pieces of legislation and municipal regulations that are already in place. I think that it is clear that the problems mentioned were things like parties, things like garbage. Those types of things are not happening in our places because we put the work and the effort and the time into maintaining and caring for our homes. I think that if we could, as a city and as a council, put more effort and time and spending into things like enforcement on bylaws that are already available to deal with things like parties, noise, garbage would be great, as well as there are a lot of vacant housing here, a lot of absentee landlords for properties that are not run as Airbnbs. I think it would be prudent for council to embrace the Airbnb platform and become a partnership with Airbnb and Airbnb hosts who obviously care about the city and about welcoming so many different types of guests who end up turning into long-term London residents. We have heard many of the different types of guests that people are hosting, and I could echo the exact same. One of my recent examples that has yet to be shared is that there is an issue in London with affordable housing and finding housing for families and being able to access that. And I have recently hosted for longer term a young couple who have been looking for a home and looking for an apartment to rent and had a very difficult time finding something that was affordable. And they would not be able to stay and continue to work here in London and invest in London without the opportunity to have a short-term rental space like my home. So I do hope that London and City Council would look to embrace the Airbnb platform for short-term rentals and consider partnering with us as hosts, because Airbnb does provide us with all of the tools, rules, regulations to maintain our spaces and to host safely and affordably and provide that much needed short-term rental feeling and also that longer term, less than a year rental space that is so in demand right now. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Emmanuel Nisai. Emmanuel Nisai. And I'm not hearing from Emmanuel. So I will loop back and I will go to Cody Slater. Is there a Cody Slater? I'm not hearing from Cody. Just make sure when I call your name that you are ready to unmute your mute button. Cody Slater, one more time. All right. I will go to Dina. Is there a Dina? I'm not hearing from Dina. We'll come back to Dina. Alwyn Simon. Is there an Alwyn Simon with us? I see Alwyn in my list of people at Zoom. Are you having trouble with your mute button, Alwyn? Alwyn, we will come back to you, and hopefully if you do want to speak, you'll be able to figure out how to unmute yourself when I come back to you. Next is Carlos Afanador. Carlos Afanador. Are you with us, Carlos?
Yes, I'm with you. I'm trying to turn on my camera here, sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Afandor. We have your spelling wrong here. Oh no, I just said it wrong. Go ahead, Mr. Afandor.
Don't worry. Yeah, thank you to everyone, the Airbnb community. I think everyone's points were really valid here. I do have a few more points, and just for context, I am a landlord. I do have some multifamilies, and then I also do Airbnb, of course. Now, one of the points that you guys brought up, Mr. Ling brought up, was robbing housing of rental stock. Now, I do want to point something out here. The city is littered with spaces that are ineligible for the long-term rental licenses. The city requires a 6'5" basement height, ceiling height. As many of my colleagues here would know, and probably, hopefully council will know as well, a lot of spaces do not fulfill that requirement. So finished garages, unfinished basements, plumbing, hydro in garages as well, which are totally eligible for someone to live there, garden suites. They don't fit the mold that you guys require because there needs to be a certain lot size. Somebody mentioned 5-bedroom count, zoning restrictions, heritage. I mean, the list goes on and on. So my question, I know you can't answer right now, but I do want to ask council, will this Airbnb license, if set in place, will it require new building codes to be put in? Because that, to me, is just a total turnoff. I think those spaces that are not being used will add a lot of stock to the City of London. That's something that I highly encourage everyone in council to look into. In addition to that, just all the red tape surrounding building codes, strict zoning laws. Zoning change application is $12,000. So if you want to go through a minor variance, it's $12,000 just to apply, let alone get approved. I've recently looked into getting a site plan for a 20-unit building. That was $1,200 plus $60 per unit. mean, as you can see, it's not really incentivizing people to provide more housing. From my personal experience, I did go through that application process, and I was hit with a 4-page to-do list prior to actually even getting a building permit, where really what I'm trying to do is provide more housing. So anyway, those are my points surrounding that. I think my colleagues here pointed out everything that I wanted to point out. One of the things that I think hasn't really been mentioned is the fact that Airbnbs provide you with kitchens and pet-friendly accommodations. So you got to realize who is being attracted to these types of accommodations. It's not people staying there for one night. It's people coming for 1 month, as someone else has mentioned, transitioning from one house to another. Perhaps right now we have the Ukrainian war going on. Perhaps it's refugees. I think Daryl, my colleague, mentioned that maybe it's nurses during a COVID crisis. So yeah, it is attracting people for long-term, short-term stays, not for one night, but perhaps for a month. I believe that is it. My colleagues did talk about how the tools that Airbnb provide you with in regards to calming down nuisance complaints. If there's a party, if there's excessive noise, us as long-term rentals, we have to serve an N5 notice, and then we have to serve another N5 notice within if that tenant has an infraction within that 6-month period, then you have to go to the landlord tenant board. It's a very, very long process. Whereas if someone is not abiding by your no party policy, which most hosts have set in place, all you have to do, call the cops, assume that Airbnb is on board, and then the party's over. I know several of my colleagues who have done that. So yeah, those are my points on the Party Hub of London. I think everything else is essentially has been touched on.
I'm in.
What's that?
We just seem to have somebody who's not muted. Whoever just joined our meeting, if you could just mute yourself. Go ahead, Mr. Afandor. Oh, now you're muted, Carlos. Go ahead, unmute yourself, and you can finish up.
Yeah, we all are familiar with Brochdale Avenue, Fleming Drive. These are party avenues, or these are party hubs as they are. So if they're not getting licenses, then I don't believe short-term rentals should get licenses either.
All right, thank you so much. I will go next to Raphael Metron. Is there Raphael with us?
Yes, thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so again, thank you to all the people that have presented so far. And again, I will reiterate, I am a Airbnb superhost as well as these other fine colleagues have stated. We take great pride in our properties, and we're rated on that. And that's something that's very different from the long-term rental area. So I will disagree with the majority of statements that are provided. We use different Airbnbs for different people requiring different things. Two of the things that I did want to bring up though is there's an insurance clause that the city is looking into. I'm not sure if the insurance clause is required on regular rentals. So it seems odd that would be added to there. And then the next thing is basically, as we're saying here, do we need this bylaw at all at the moment? It was brought up as a knee-jerk reaction to some issues that may or may not have been a problem at the time, but I did want to table that or request, should we be still talking about this, and is our rental and licensing good enough for the people that are using it? The Airbnb hosts and renters are not the ones that seem to be causing the majority of the issues. That's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. And next I have Mina Nguyen.
Hello, hi. I'm here with my partner. I'll pass it on to him, Andrew Lindsay.
Okay.
Hi there. I'd just like to reflect on what my fellow hosts have said. I have a duplex where I live in one unit and Airbnb out the other one for a few years now. I just want to touch on something that maybe people that are not hosts and that the research that was provided by Mr. Ling did not represent is that as of August 2020, Airbnb has a global ban on parties. So they strictly prohibit gatherings of more than 16 people and all disruptive parties and events. And then something that's more recently been put in place is that I think some of the the issues that we're seeing, you'd see the news report or an article of disruptive Airbnb party. What they've put in place is they've blocked high risk inquiries. So some of the things that they're looking for, people under 25, people that live in the same city as the Airbnb, guests without previous positive reviews, as well as last minute bookings. If people that fit some of those criteria try to book the Airbnb, it'll automatically block it. And then there's no way for the host to accept it, even, without Airbnb's permission, right? There's no way to accept that host or that guest. So I think that's just one of the things I wanted to mention that that shouldn't be an issue in terms of the parties. I do like the proposal for having the emergency contact, but I think that would be kind of along the same lines of the rental license. So if there is a noise complaint from the neighbors, then the bylaw can have that emergency contact for the host and be able to shut that down appropriately. And I believe, that's all I had to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. I will move on next to Scott Ballard. Is there a Scott Ballard with us?
I'm here. Councillor Cassidy, how are you today?
Thank you very much. I'm fine. You can go ahead.
Good.
Yep, you have 5 minutes, sir.
Yes, I won't put my video on here because actually I'm not in this position to be obviously now, but if everybody can hear me good. I agree with everything everybody's saying. Obviously, I wanted to speak right up front because I want to be the one that said it because it all sounds great and everybody's doing a great job of what they're talking about. But I do want to just add quickly, you guys can't knee jerk on based on false information. That's the number one thing to realize here. And when it comes to personal or private rentals in people's homes compared to secondary dwellings, you have to remember a rental is a rental. So there's people on Fleming that have bought a place and they rent for a year or 8 months. And we don't talk about that scenario, right? We're talking about a short term. We're confusing all that. So let's not confuse the fact that a rental is a rental. And whether or not it's in someone's house or it's not in someone's house should be the same thing. So I want City Council to really focus on the fact of everyone should be allowed to have a secondary dwelling and they should be allowed to rent it out and do what they want. If you guys want to govern it or you want to add a tax to it because you found out it's a thing that's been going on behind the scenes and you want to be part of it, you want a piece of the pie, understandable. Everybody in this room probably will say the same thing. That's fine. But remember, the short-term rentals are in between a hotel and a permanent residence, and it's been created for a reason. Things like Airbnb service, which is similar to like an Uber, there's so much in place that is the reason why people are drawing themselves to that. The amount of protection that the actual renter and the rentee and the city is getting out of that service is unbelievable. And people like Oris and them will probably say too, yeah, I mean, it's difficult to go out and have to deal with short-term or long-term rental places where someone's called the police, they can't get rid of them, they've got to go to the landlord-tenant board. We know that doesn't work right. I'm not going to keep going on and on because everybody's pretty much touched on the stuff that I want to. But I will say, if you want to see more affordable housing or private sector long-term rentals in the city needs to ask themselves why they're not seeing that and not look at here and blame things like short-term rentals or hotels. But that is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ballard. Thanks very much for your submission. Next, I have Taylor Sears. Is there a Taylor Sears with us? Okay, not hearing anything from Taylor. I'm going to go on to Susan Kukadia. Susan Kukadia or Kukadia. Susan, are you with us?
Hi, I'm here. Thank you very much.
And my apologies if I butchered your name.
No worries, wouldn't be the first time. I just wanted to mention about the concern that was brought up, and I think it has been touched on, but I'd like to see more accurate information regarding bylaws or complaints regarding the garbage and the noise and that sort of thing. Personally, I've been an Airbnb operator for a couple of years, and I have not seen a problem with either of those issues. So I'd like to see a little bit more accurate information on that relative to maybe long-term rental properties compared to Airbnb properties. I think that's mostly it. You can, I think from what's been brought up, Airbnb operators are very proud of what they do. They have immaculate properties, are great hosts and great representatives of London, and we provide a really, really invaluable service to London and representing our city.
Wonderful.
I think that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Jake Taylor and Paula Mcfarland.
Hi.
Hi. Go ahead, Ms. McFarland.
Sure. So I'm Paula McFarland, and I am a very proud short-term rental host who lives, invests, and I own multiple businesses in London. I think my issue surrounding this bylaw is very similar to everyone else here, although I'm having trouble distinguishing what the root issue is, because I feel like we're being tossed, you know, it's noise, it's a nuisance, it's garbage, and then there's also a tax. So I'm not sure how a tax eliminates the noise issues or the garbage issues. And then I just have a few questions. So how many nuisance complaints in short-term rentals have there been in the past year? Versus how many were from long-term rentals or homeowners? And I'm just wondering if those stats are readily available, because they must be in order to, you know, put the blame on short-term rentals. And then I also just wanted to point out like the collateral damage of kind of, I know you say you're not shutting down Airbnbs or short-term rentals in the city, but by putting them in primary residences, I think you're effectively doing that to a lot of people, as we've heard. So there's going to be a lot of collateral damage, like cleaners, lots of local businesses. I know for me, I recommend local restaurants, small shops, all these little things that make London special for our guests. And then I know, I can't remember who it was that mentioned that, you know, like putting them in principal residence, you know, if someone was gone for say 6 months and they rented it during that 6 months and came back, I believe it was a counselor that mentioned it. I'm just curious how that differs from an absentee landlord. So if I own this home and I, you know, take off to Florida for the winter and I rent it out for 6 months and I'm not there, that is okay because it's my primary residence. However, it's not okay if it's not my primary residence. And then I know Carlos made some good points about adding to the rental stock. So I'm an active investor in the city. I have attempted to add many rental units to the city, and we're constantly hit with roadblocks. I know Carlo mentioned the 4 pages. I mean, we've gotten the same 4 pages, you know, trying to add rental units to properties in the city in order to increase the rental stock. So I do think that, you know, instead of just blaming short-term rental and coming up with a bylaw, that we need to address the real issues. So yes, there is a housing crisis. It's all over Ontario. It is not limited to just London. The Ontario Home Builders Association is doing a big push and a big campaign about we need to be able to build more houses faster, less red tape. And there's tons of community members who are willing to spend their own dollars to create these rental units, but we're hit with roadblocks. You know, like the provincial government with Bill 108 says, you know, we can add coach houses to backyards, and you can't really do that in London. London has their 40% rule, which basically eliminates this from ever happening. You can't have, you know, a house with a basement apartment and add a coach house into the backyard. Like, I know that there's a lot of NIMBYism in this city, and, you know, people don't like change, and that's normal human character. However, things have changed, and things have changed drastically in the housing market in the last 3 years. You know, London has seen year over year double-digit increases in house prices. So that's, you know, that's not sustainable. So we have to change. Something has to change. So we need to be able to add more density to our existing properties already. And I know, you know, you've owned your house since, you know, 1975, and you know, you don't like to change the look or the feel of the neighborhood, but the time has come that we need to do this. People can't afford houses, and there are solutions that don't involve limiting short-term rentals. I'm all red and flush now, but that's it. I'm done.
Excellent. No, you did fabulous. Thank you very much. And I take it that Jake is not speaking tonight, just here?
No, we're just, yeah,
Okay,
we're just
perfect.
joined at the hip.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Next, I have Ken Nyamusa. Ken Nyamusa? Are you with us, Ken? All right, we're going to come back to Ken, and we'll go to Laura Niemth. Is Laura Niemth with us? Laura. Not hearing from Laura. I'm going to go to the last person on my list, which is Vivek. Is Vivek with us? All right, I don't hear anyone saying that they are Vivek, so I'm going to go back to the start of the people that I called out earlier and just give them another opportunity. Cindy Fata. Have you joined us, Cindy Fata? All right, Musa Sidhu. Musa, are you with us? Aaron Belanger. Do we have an Aaron Belanger? Levi. No Levi. Tracy Choi.
I'm here.
Awesome. Excellent. So Tracy Choi, you can have 5 minutes to address the committee and go ahead.
Thank you. I'll keep it pretty short. I just want to concur with all of my other fellow hosts that have mentioned the points about, you know, how short-term rentals do really us. In my opinion, I've been hosting for over a year and a half now, and all of the guests that I host are really here just to, they're in between places. Their families are single, couples or individuals that really need a place desperately, and they don't want to stay at a hotel. Honestly, a hotel does not meet any of your living standards if you're there for more than a week, and especially if you have children. And it also helps with people that are doing large jobs in the city and also need a long-term stay. I've never had issues with parties as well in this area, and it really just serves a really important need in my opinion. Just wanted to emphasize on that, and that's all I have to say. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing your thoughts with us, Ms. Choi. I will go next to Joe DeFelice. Joe DeFelice. All right. Julie Wilsey. Julie Wilsey. All right. Jason Yu. Jason Yu. Are you with us? Jason Yu. Robert Hill. Is there a Robert Hill with us? Okay. Idalberto. Idalberto. Not hearing from Idalberto. Emmanuel Nasai. Emmanuel Nasai. Cody Slater. Is there a Cody Slater? Dina. How about Dina? I see Dina's name. If you don't feel like talking, that's fine as well. And if you do feel like talking, just hit your mute button and unmute yourself, Dina. Alwyn Simon. Does Alwyn Simon wish to speak? Taylor Sears. Is there a Taylor Sears? Ken Nyamusa. Ken Nyamusa. Laura Neemth, or Vivek? No Vivek. Okay. All right. Is there anyone on the Zoom who did not speak and whose name I did not call? If you would like to speak and you're on our Zoom call, just unmute yourself and say hello. I just want to give everyone an opportunity who has not spoken if they would like to speak. And anyone in the room who has not spoken? If anyone in the room who has not yet spoken? No? Okay. So what we'll do is then we will close the public participation meeting. That will end the public portion. And so I'll look for a motion to close the PPM. Moved by Councillor Hamou, seconded by, I'm hoping it will be Councillor Sali that will second it. Well, I will second that motion to close the PPM. And I will call the question. Ms. Westlake Power, did you want to say something?
Yes, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out, it would appear that we have lost Councillor Sully from the meeting, which leaves you and Councillor Hamou and Councillor Helmer as members of the committee in. So you still have quorum, even though Councillor Helmer has declared an interest on this. So the decision making for the committee at this point is in the hands of you and Councillor Hamou.
I do appreciate that, Ms. Westlake Power, and thank you for clarifying that we do still have quorum. That would be tragic to have to end this meeting right now. So thank you for that. And the motion has been moved and seconded, and I will call the question for the committee members.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 2-0 with 1 abstain.
This doesn't usually happen. I will now go through the questions. So this will be for you, Mr. Katolik, or you, Mr. Ling, or both of you, or whoever wants to answer them. I've written down a number of questions from the people that spoke tonight. So the first,
Madam
yes.
Chair.
Yes, Mr. Katolik, go ahead.
Yeah, if I could just respectfully interrupt for a second. I'm wondering, I have some high-level comments I'd like to make, and that might assist the committee with the list of questions. I don't know how long your list is, but
that would be great.
A lot of repetitive questions.
I would welcome your high-level comments. Go ahead, Mr. Katolik.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, I'd just like to mention to the committee and everybody at the PPM that this is the 4th or 5th report that we've presented on short-term accommodations. And we are here tonight at the direction of council, which directed us to prepare a bylaw specific to this issue and hold a PPM. And the previous report that we presented just prior to the pandemic summarized the issues from a public community meeting that we held at the library back in 2020. And since that time, we've done some presentations to the Housing Advisory Committee. As I mentioned in the preamble, there was a team that prepared the report on this matter. And one of the members of the team is Mr. Cooper, who's the Director of Housing. And he is here at tonight's meeting, and he may have some comments to make on affordability. The bylaw does not propose to regulate the platform. So although several participants in the PPM mentioned Uber this evening, we are not taking or recommending a similar approach to Uber where we license the platform, because there is a difference here. If you are on Airbnb, which most hosts are, and you are having problems with the platform, you can go to another platform such as VRBO, or you can go to a general platform such as Facebook, Kijiji, Craigslist. And we heard at the community meeting, there are literally hundreds of these platforms that are unregulated on the internet. There were some mentions of having regulations prohibiting property owners from outside of the City of London to operate short-term accommodations. And I would defer to our legal staff that are here tonight if they wanted to make a comment on that. But I do know that we had similar comments made many years ago when we were discussing rental licensing, and it was prohibited to have one regulation for local property owners and another one, or even prohibiting property owners from outside of London to own property and either rent short-term or long-term. There were also some mentions made about the tribunal, how long it's taking, how difficult it is to evict problem tenants. And we share those concerns because we hear those concerns from landlords all the time. However, this is a provincial body, and although City Council and city staff may voice their opinions to the province, as we do on many other issues, this is not something that civic administration can address locally because it is a provincial body. In terms of complaints, we do get a lot of complaints regarding property maintenance. Complaints come in from neighbors, they come in from realtors, the general public, and we do not distinguish or ask the complainant, is this a short-term accommodation? Is this owner occupied, or is this a rental property? We simply take the complaint and address it. Now, we do know that when we do our research, when we send orders, if that is necessary, that at times the orders go to another address, which leads us to believe that this is not owner occupied, that this is a rental property. But it's difficult to distinguish complaints for short-term accommodations or long-term rentals if the complainant or the property owner doesn't verify that. And lastly, with respect to the principal residence clause, which was very clearly highly debated or presented tonight by the participants at the PPM, I'll defer to Mr. Ling, who has done a lot of research on how other municipalities are dealing with this clause. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Katolik. So we'll hear from Mr. Ling now.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I think just to touch on this quickly, as we heard from nearly everybody, in almost every instance where we see a short-term accommodation bylaw of regulation or bylaw of some sort in that we've researched, there is a principal residence clause. We have this in Vancouver, Calgary, Edmonton, Toronto, Ottawa, Mississauga, Vaughan, Niagara Falls, Oakville, Brantford, Blue Mountain, Sarnia, Windsor, St. Catharines, and Milton, to name a few. The alternative, which a number of cities also or alternatively apply, is to restrict the short-term accommodations to zones. So one of the speakers spoke about rezonings and minor variances and things like that. So in a lot of, in municipalities that aren't the ones I already mentioned, that do have short-term accommodation bylaw, what they'll say is you're allowed to have a short-term accommodation. You can even have it as an income property, but it must be zoned to permit typically a hotel. So that is an alternative that we have seen utilized in Ontario. Just another way of doing it. We chose principal residence clause. And then finally, I just wanted to note that Prince Edward County, they've also, a highly tourist-driven area. They have completely paused all licensing for whole home rentals, even in a community that is primarily driven by tourism. They've decided that they cannot take any more of these type of licenses in that area, and this has been going on now. I can't remember the time frame, but I just wanted to touch on a couple of those things just to give you an idea that it wasn't pulled out of thin air or something like that. It is something that we've seen across the province and the country, and even into the United States. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lang. So I did note a couple of others that weren't touched in the comments from Mr. Katolik or Mr. Lang. Number one was about the data. I wonder, Mr. Lang, if you could comment. A number of the people who spoke tonight claimed inaccuracies in the data. Do you have any comment on the data itself that you used in the report?
I think all I can say is that it is true. We used a lot of data that is either published data that is published in peer-reviewed journals, that is, quote unquote, scraped from a variety of different platforms. But I will say in our conversations with Airbnb that they verified our numbers. So whether it's Airbnb themselves saying, yes, we're really close on the data we've achieved, or whether it's a journal, an academic journal publishing the data that has been, received to their or got by their research or whatever. I think the data is the data that we have, and it can be called a question, and I would certainly understand that there is some scrutiny always on any data, and we can skew things in all sorts of different ways, but I think that the data itself is legitimate, if I can say that.
Thank you. Another question about the principal residence, and I understand what Mr. Katolik said about our limitations there, but I would ask it a different way. Based on the number of questions we got on that, would it be possible to limit the licensing of these short-term rentals to someone who owns a principal residence within London? Not that that it has to be the principal residence where the Airbnb is located, but can we limit it that way, that someone must own their principal residence within the city limits of London?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't think we can answer that question. Perhaps our legal department would like to or be able to answer that, but I think that
I'll wait till later on for that one then, so legal knows that one might be coming. Somebody asked some questions about the principal residence as well. So number one, if they go away for a few months and they have it as their principal residence, why is that okay? The second one was a secondary dwelling unit on site or a duplex. Are those still considered part of the principal residence?
Through you, Madam Chair. If you were to go away for, I think the question that I heard anyway was that what's the difference between an absentee landlord versus someone who's away for 6 months, and why are we treating them differently? And I think the idea is intent to occupy the home. So you're going to treat a place that you intend to live in yourself. And we heard about this from a number of the hosts this evening, that they don't even want to use their principal residence as a short-term accommodation because that's where their stuff is. So I think that was the idea of that differentiation, or where you would see differentiation, is that those people are intending to return and use their home, at least half the year. So they would, be more concerned about the people that they do have in them in there. And obviously we had a number of very responsible hosts here this evening that are already doing a great job of vetting those and doing those sort of things. So that would be my answer with regard to that. And then with regard to the duplex on the same property, or a duplex or another unit, let's say a dwelling unit on the same premises, we'll call it, or the same property, that currently, the way we've configured the bylaw, would require a residential rental unit license, which is the one that maybe some of these operators are already familiar with, which is more geared to the long-term rental. And then if they were to get if they were interested in using that as a short-term accommodation, currently the way the bylaw is presented this evening, we would not permit that to be used as a short-term accommodation. Does that answer the questions that you had?
That does. And so that there was another one that said they're both rentals. What's the difference? So I think in that situation for us, say the secondary dwelling unit or the duplex, why are we making that distinction? Why would it qualify as a long-term rental but not a short-term rental if they're on the same property as the principal residence?
I could assist with that answer. The focus here came from the comments we received from our housing staff in that it would be removal of a long-term rental unit from the supply, moving it to a short-term accommodation, irrespective of whether it's a duplex or a secondary unit in your principal residence. And perhaps Mr. Patrick Cooper has some comments on that.
Okay, we'll get to Mr. Cooper in a second. Just want to quickly run through the last three. One said, will a license regime, this is the way I wrote it down, sorry, will the licensing regime be the same as for long-term rentals? So I think what they meant were like building codes and things like that that you require in long-term rentals. Will there be the same requirements in the short-term rentals?
And I can take that question. The licensing regime would be in compliance, would require compliance with the property standards bylaw. And the intent is if it is your principal residence, and in the submission you have to, for the license, you have to provide photos, which can be verified by going onto the platform as well. And if there are any habitable spaces below grade, like in the basement or bedrooms in the basement, a property standards inspection would be required. But if it is just your principal residence and all the habitation bedrooms are above grade, no inspection will be required.
Okay, and a number of people said that there are existing rules in place, property standards rules to deal with things like noise and garbage, and so why the need for an extra bylaw when we have these other rules, there's nuisance bylaws and the property standards. So Mr. Katolik, maybe you can answer why the need for this has been raised.
Yes, through the chair, we're responding to the direction of council firstly. Secondly, within the business licensing bylaw, there are powers the licensing manager has, and that is to refuse, suspend, or revoke licenses. So if there is a problem property that constantly is breaking local bylaws, then that license can be revoked or suspended. That would not be in place if there was no licensing scheme. And we would simply have to refer to our current bylaws that we have in place, such as property standards or noise bylaws, parking bylaws, but we wouldn't have the revocation or suspension clause.
Okay, and finally, someone made a comment that under the existing rules that we have with property standards and nuisance parties and things like that, there was a comment made that bylaw officials can simply go in if there's a nuisance party going on and remove individuals. Those were the words used. Is that possible? Can bylaw enforcement officers go to a nuisance party and remove individuals?
Through the chair, no, we do not have those powers or jurisdiction.
Thank you so much. So those are the questions that I wrote down. I know we have a number of visiting counselors that don't have a vote on this committee, but their comments are definitely welcome, and it will broaden the discussion beyond just Councillor Hamou and myself. First, I'll check with Councillor Hamou to see if you do have any comments. Do you want to go first? Okay, I'll go to Councillor Hamou.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have a couple of comments on this that I've written down here. Okay, so I just wanted to summarize, make some comments about what I've heard. I was looking at the City of Calgary's their laws and whatnot. They have a good host booklet in which they have like bylaws and best practices and whatnot. I would expect and hope that
Thank you, Councillor Hamou. Before I go to you, Councillor Lewis, I will say as well, just reiterate what Mr. Ling said. Obviously, the people coming out tonight and taking the time to stay engaged in this issue and come and make their submissions to this committee, obviously, you're very responsible people. You have care and concern for your properties and for your neighbors as well. I would suspect that when issues have come before members of council about this, they were not issues with your properties. So I will say that from the get-go, and thank you all for coming tonight, making your submissions, and doing so in a very respectful manner and very articulate as well. So just getting that out of the way. And now I will go to Councillor Lewis, and then I will go to Councillor Hopkins after that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, I first have two questions to direct to staff, and then I want to share some general comments. The first question is, has any consideration been given, or would it be feasible, similar to how we restrict the number of taxi licenses in the city, to have, in addition to the primary residence, to have a number of what I'm going to call, for lack of a better term right now, commercial short-term rental operation licenses, and cap the number of those that are available.
Mr. Katolik, can you answer that?
Yeah, through the chair, that would require some research to be done. I do know that the cap on taxi licenses is very specific in the Municipal Act, but to cap the number of STAs, I would like to confer with numerous departments before answering that.
I appreciate that, and that was just an idea that came up as I was listening to the various members of the public who were commenting tonight. So perhaps something that we can look into as the any changes are made to this before it comes back in May. My next question to you, Councillor, through you, Councillor Cassidy, or sorry, Madam Chair, arises from my actual experience on the Committee of Adjustment and the number of times that we had variances and things come forward for different renovations or additions to people's homes. Because I was quite concerned to hear a couple of hosts tonight say that I don't want to say that they said they shouldn't follow the building code, but that the 6 foot 5 inch height was a barrier to them. But through you to probably Mr. Katolik, but perhaps other staff want to weigh in. Is that not an Ontario building code regulation that's in place for fire and other safety concerns?
Through the chair, that is correct. And we also share those concerns when we hear that there's a possibility of, converting garages or basements into livable, habitable space without consideration of building code issues.
Okay, thank you for that, because it concerns me when I start hearing let's increase the rental stock by not following the building code, and that to me is a non-starter. And I thought it was important to make it clear that that's in the Ontario Building Code. So I want to offer a couple of comments based on what I've heard from the public tonight and share my perspective. And I do appreciate those who I've had a chance to connect with prior to tonight. And I know a bunch of emails came in the last 24 hours that I haven't had a chance to respond to yet. So I'm going to share my thoughts now. And first is to say to folks, this is not a knee-jerk reaction. Councillor Hopkins and myself both have been raising this issue since at least 2019. Councillor Hopkins perhaps even longer because she's been on council longer than I have. And it started out from residents complaining about short-term rental accommodations. And we know that the complaints were about short-term rental accommodations because they provided us screenshots of the listings of properties from the Airbnb or other platforms, and that includes things like Craigslist and those other platforms. So that's what sparked the initial inquiry into this. But then as we dove into it more, we found a huge number of residential properties were being used for this purpose, which does take inventory out of the market. And when you have an inventory shortage, that does inflate prices. So there is a component of this that has an impact on affordability. Perhaps it's not a significant impact. I'm not judging that right now, but it does have an impact. And I think back to how Airbnb began. And Councillor Helmer shared that he has rented his out while he was out of the country for a while. I know he can't speak to this because of his pecuniary interest, but that's how Airbnb started. Renting out your home while you weren't using it. And we've heard from a lot of folks tonight that they've bought income properties to supplement their income. And they've taken advantage, and nothing wrong with taking advantage of the fact that there was an opportunity for them to do that. But long-term rentals require a rental unit license. So to say that short-term rental units should not have any sort of licensing regime, long-term rentals are required to have them, hotels are required to have them, and respectfully, folks, I think that the majority of council would agree to create a fair and even playing field, you're going to have them. And I heard a lot of speakers tonight say they have no problem with getting a license. They have no problem with paying the municipal accommodation tax. And I appreciate that, because to me, that's an important piece of the fairness question in this. I did hear a couple of people say, where does the money go? And I think it's really important when we're talking about the municipal accommodation tax, half of that revenue goes into City Hall itself, and half of that revenue is dedicated to Tourism London to reinvest in tourism opportunities for the city. So some of it will be attracting potentially more guests to stay in your accommodations by paying that tax. And again, I heard a lot of speakers say they have no problem with that, and I appreciate it. I will say as well that we did hear questions about the landlord-tenant tribunal, and Mr. Katolik addressed those. We also heard that people are buying up houses and then evicting and then renovating them, and we've got these rent eviction situations happening, and then rent is going up. That too is not something that council can control. The Residential Tenancies Act is part of Ontario legislation, not London bylaws. So that's something that has to be taken up. And certainly I know councillors have taken it up, but I would encourage members of the public to take it up with their MPPs as well, because that's a provincial jurisdiction. I will say that I'm interested to consider whether something in a number of commercial licenses could be offered through a zoning, but I am concerned that if we don't restrict to just primary residences, it continues to be a bit of a free-for-all in terms of buying up homes that could otherwise be bought or by a homeowner directly, or bought by somebody who then is going to rent it out long-term. It creates a competitive market where it's creating an increased pressure on the housing problem. So I like what staff have said about the primary residences, but I also hear what folks are saying about their second properties. And I'm going to have to give that some thought in terms of how we deal with those going forward, because I know you bought them in good faith to use as a rental property to generate income. Would I prefer that you rent them long-term? Yes, I would, but I also understand why for some folks, the short-term accommodations are a better option. So I have to give that some thought. But right now what we have is a situation where hotels are providing short-term and have a license. Long-term, landlords have to have a license. And because of a lack of a regime, we've got short-term operators who are operating in a void in terms of our regulatory framework. So we have to come up with something here that's going to fit. I think there was some good feedback tonight. I'm going to give this some more thought. I'd love to hear what other members of council have to say. But when it comes to zoning and licensing, those are absolutely city purviews, and we can't leave it as a void. So how we move forward from here is going to be an important discussion over the next few weeks. And I look forward to the debate from fellow councillors.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll go to you, Councillor Hopkins next, and then Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Lewis. I quite agree. This has been a very interesting participation this evening. It really, I want to thank the community for coming out and sharing your point of view in our housing that we know is being challenged at the moment, and failure to regulate short-term accommodations is, I think it's fair to say, will create a further concern. And that's why we've been doing this and having this conversation for quite a few years. I think this has been back and forth at least 4 or 5 times here. And we're finally come to the draft bylaw. I want to thank the chair too for reminding me as well that we are here tonight just to take in the information from the public. I know staff have been listening quite intently, and we'll be coming back sometime in May for a further, I guess, debate at committee as we formulate the bylaw. I've heard loud and clear one of the biggest concerns, and I kind of share Councillor Lewis's thoughts around that principal resident. I heard quite a number of comments from the public around how we do that and how that is going to proceed going forward. I do have a follow-up question, because in the draft bylaw, through you, Madam Chair, to staff, it states short-term accommodation means 28, 29 days or less. And I've heard from the public that for those that host, for those that have a number of properties, they tend to accommodate more longer term. For instance, someone that is in Florida, or someone that is coming in from another country, or students even. And I'm not sure if that applies here, given that we define short-term accommodation as 29 consecutive days or less. So if staff could just sort of talk a little bit more about how we came up with that number and that definition, which would not be the same if you rented it out to someone for a month, for instance, which would be a different class, or would it? Madam Chair.
Mr. Catola.
Yeah. Yes, through the chair, that number came up through our municipal scan, and we had to come up with some form of definition and distinction between what is short-term accommodation and what is long-term accommodation. So I listened tonight, and I heard many participants indicate that, you know, they're renting to people at 2-3 months at a time. But I don't know whether those same individuals are also renting for 1 weekend at a time as well. So that's when there's a gray zone between what is short-term accommodation and what is long-term accommodation. And I believe what regularly occurs in this STA market is that negotiations happen without leases. When somebody maybe comes to London for one reason or another, be it a medical purpose with their family, be it a short-term stint at one of our university or colleges, and checks out a short-term accommodation for a short time period, for perhaps a few days, and then says, I'm actually going to be staying for 2 months, and then negotiate a 2-month So the 29 is pretty standard across the bylaws that we reviewed.
Counselor?
Yeah, thank you for that. And, I think that gray zone is something that I'm going to give that a little bit more thought to. And I'm glad I'm not on the other side there trying to figure it out, Mr. Katolik. Thank you for those comments. Just another follow-up question coming out of the participation meeting tonight. There was a concern around the municipal accommodation tax that can be applied to short-term accommodation. And the comment was around being an individual and a corporation or a company, and the difference, should there be a difference? Can we make that difference through you, Madam Chair? I'm not sure if staff can answer that, but it was something that got me thinking.
Okay.
Through the chair, property ownership comes through various different entities. Individuals own properties, as well as corporations own properties. And in the end, when the public looks at a property, they really don't know the difference. It becomes, well, who is the legal entity? So we're treating it irrespective of whether somebody locally owns it or not, whether it's a corporation that owns a single family house or not, and to apply the MAT equally.
Counselor?
Yeah, thank you for that. I think that's it for my questions. Once again, thank you to the public and to staff and Madam Chair for a well-run public participation meeting. It was very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Go to you now, Counselor Van Holst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps my first question will be, how many full-time equivalents would it take to administer the bylaws and keep checking up as we need to on the rentals?
Mr. Katolik.
Through the chair, as noted in the report, there's no requirement for additional FTE full-time equivalents. And the reason being is that under the principal residence clause, because it is your principal residence and you've submitted photos that have been verified via the platform, no inspections would be required. However, I need to advise committee that should the principal residence clause be changed, there could be a requirement, and we would research this for possibly some additional resources.
Okay, Counselor.
Okay, thank you very much. Since you brought up the principal residence, were we to eliminate that, can you tell us what other implications might be for that might not have come up already?
Mr. Katolik.
Through the chair, the only other implication would be the impact on affordable housing supply and housing supply, as these properties may be sold to either home ownership or possibly still retained by the current owner and rented on a long-term basis.
Counselor?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not sure that I have any further questions, so I'll make a few comments. Of course, first to thank all of our guests. I want to say that I'm very impressed at how well the industry self-regulates. So some of the rules put in place to, for instance, prevent parties seem like they're benefiting London. I also, when I look at the numbers, I think I'm not going to consider this a real problem in terms of the housing stock. I actually think that there's many reasons why London would benefit from an expanded short-term rental market. And I also think that we don't want to be creating a long-term rental monoculture, if you will. That's not necessarily the best thing for London. And I do appreciate the comments about tourism and the places that we want to go with being a music city. So these do provide some important options to people. And at this point, I wonder if we're better off just leaving it as it is. I think I see that it gives some more tools to deal with a loud party. However, when I consider the numbers, if we're licensing 100 properties so that we can revoke a license from one for being a nuisance, I wonder if we might be better off being able to focus more on the issues itself of nuisance parties like that. It certainly looks like the platform is hoping to deal with that. I see that the residents themselves, or the owners themselves, certainly don't want to have these things because they can be damaging as well. So I'm not sure if the benefits I'm not sure if we're going to see justifiable benefits from going forward this and adding the extra work to staff to do it. I don't think I would support the principal residence restriction, and so I'd prefer that be removed. And then whether we go forward with this or not, at this point, I would be tempted not to do so. So I think those are my comments. Maybe the last one being that licenses aren't a moral issue. It's not, well, somebody has a license, so you should have to have a license too. It's simply a practical one. What do we gain in having these licenses? And I would say that the Airbnb seems to do a pretty good job of regulating those properties as well. There's the reviews that happen. There's the requirements that are needed to be part of it, and so that seems to be working pretty well. And as people pointed out, better than what we have publicly in terms of the tenant landlord, in terms of dealing with those situations in that board. So those are my comments from now. Maybe one last one is it's interesting. Charlottetown came up. I know somebody who purchased a number of properties in that city that were somewhat dilapidated, and returned them to invested a lot of money in them, but his comment was that without the short-term rentals, he couldn't have covered the cost of the repairs. So there's a regenerative impact for these short-term rentals in some places, and I would certainly like to see some of the properties that we have in the city regenerated. And finally, the idea of people coming here for tournaments. And I like short-term rentals and almost exclusively use those when I travel. And that we're hoping for more and more visitors to London. And I think we have to make sure that these options are there for them, because for some people, they're very attractive. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lewis, is your hand up again? Is that for you?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I kind of left that up. I forgot to take it down last time. So I will just lower that now.
Thank you. You're welcome to speak again. We are at committee. Any other comments from anyone? So we're short a little bit on committee members, so I'm just going to speak from the chair. I see my committee members and they're saying it's okay to do that. I just want to repeat what Councillor Lewis said, that this is not a knee-jerk reaction. In fact, I remember speaking about this issue, and I looked back, it was at the April meeting of this committee in 2017. So April 2017, and at the time, what council directed city staff to do really was just keep monitoring the situation. So at that time in April of 2017, there were 367 active listings in April of 2017. So in March, or when the report was prepared, March of 2022, we're at 650. So there's been almost a little, just shy of doubling of the number of active listings. And that's why staff recommended at that time, let's not move forward and do anything right now. Let's make this a long-term vision of so that we're on top of the situation. And the reason it came up in the first place was, I am sure, not because of any of the units that are owned by the people that spoke tonight. And therein lies the problem. When an issue comes up and when there is a need identified or an apparent need identified for regulation, licensing, that sort of thing, it's not from the good actors, it's from the bad actors. And so we find that we have to find a balance between protecting people that live near the properties that are owned by the bad actors, and yet keeping some fairness, keeping the ability for a robust economy in this area around the good actors and the properties that are well maintained. I have never stayed in a short-term rental here in London, obviously, but I have stayed in other jurisdictions and have mostly had good experiences. And I am very grateful for how Airbnb in particular, as a hosting site, responded in the early days of the pandemic and gave healthcare workers a place to stay so that they would not infect their families. My nephew is a nurse in another city, and he worked across the border in Michigan when their numbers were out of control. And he stayed for free in his local community in an Airbnb. So I recognize all of those good things. I cannot ignore the fact that I am one of the counselors, and I am sure there, if not all, then most of the counselors have constituents in our wards who live close to a short-term rental. And it has not been a pleasant experience for them. I was in contact with one of those constituents recently, and as much as we have property standards bylaws and we have nuisance party bylaws and we have rules and regulations, city bylaw staff can't be everywhere at once. And this person told me that it had been a rough summer. So 2021, the summer of 2021, at the property near her, had been a rough summer. I would say as well, even with existing bylaws, even if the rules and regulations in place around nuisance parties and property standards, even if that were enough to deal with some of the situations at hand, I would, going back to some of the comments made by Councillor Van Holst, there is a cost in existence right now for a bylaw officer to respond to any issue in the City of London. So if there is an identified issue in a certain sector, that being short-term rentals, then the rest of the city is subsidizing the cost of that bylaw enforcement. And so that is one of the rationales behind licensing and regulating certain industries. The licensing and the regulation pays for the cost of monitoring and regulating that industry to make sure that rules are followed and that sort of thing. I have another question. First of all, I would like to hear from Mr. Cooper. So many comments were brought up about the housing affordability aspect and whether or not short-term rentals affect housing affordability, whether or not short-term rentals limit or reduce the stock, the available stock in the City of London, all of those things. First of all, I will just say that housing affordability, housing availability, rental, vacant homes, all of those things, those are all important issues in and of themselves on their own. People often accuse council of focusing on the wrong thing. We unfortunately have to focus on multiple things at the same time. So we are throwing so many things, including dollars, city dollars, provincial dollars, federal dollars, at the affordable housing issue, trying to get units built, trying to increase the stock, trying to find ways to get people that are living unhoused into housing. And we are focusing on rental issues, and we already have issues, yes, absolutely, with absentee landlords and all of those sort of things. We're trying as a council and as city staff, focusing on all of these multiple issues that are connected for sure, but we have to focus on all of them simultaneously. We can't one at a time deal with this, and now we're gonna deal with that, and now we're gonna deal with that. We have to do it all together. So I do wanna hear from Mr. Cooper about the whole issue of housing affordability and available stock and how that fits in with this short-term rental sector.
Thank you very much, and through the chair, thank you for the comments and for the opportunity. It has been widely researched, and there's ample evidence, not only across Canada, but even in the United States, that short-term rentals have had a direct impact on available stock to rent. And it's not just on what we call the capital A affordability, which is, the 80% of median market rent. What I'm talking about is just affordability across the housing spectrum. And that includes not only taking stock out of the rental market, which then drives up, or drives down rental rates, which then in turn drives up, or vacancy rates go down, then drives up the rental rates. But it also has had an impact, and it's now within the purview of many condo associations. But what CMHC did a study, and they found that short-term rentals did have a direct impact on the number of condos being are available to market for home ownership, where people were buying condos and then turning them into for the strict purpose of a short-term rental. And CMHC has even done a study on that and has found that that has had an impact on home ownership, where that the prices or the availability of condos has been removed from the market, again, driving up the prices and on speculation. So across the housing spectrum, short-term rentals have had a direct impact right from capital A affordability, taking some of the maybe market that would be considered lower end of the rental rates to general affordability within the rental market by driving up, as I mentioned, driving down vacancy rates and then driving up in correlation, driving up rental rates, and then even to home ownership. So it's been shown across Canada and even the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. I have another question around the principal residence part. I know Mr. Katoliki said that there were limitations on limitations on our ability to limit the whole idea of the absentee landlord idea. And it's possible I may have to get this from legal, and if so, I don't know what I'm gonna do. So I wonder if we could have something in there that says the provider of the short-term rental must live within a certain distance of that property, and that would help with the idea of when there are issues, the owner can respond immediately. So can we say that? Can we say, if you're offering this property to rent, you must live within a 25-kilometer distance of the property or something like that? Is that possible?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, we would have to research that. Off the top of my head, I don't recall seeing that in any other bylaws. We do have a provision in the regulation is to have an agent available to respond to issues. We can certainly respond to your question, Madam Chair, in our subsequent report.
Okay, thank you. So in the report today, the recommendation says that the attached proposed bylaw be received for the purposes of the public participation meeting. So this is what started our discussion tonight, having something on the table to start this talk. It being noted that the proposed bylaw amends the business licensing bylaw to add a new category, definition, and fees related to the licensing of short-term accommodations. And the second part of the recommendation from city staff is that the attached proposed bylaw be received for the purposes of the public participation meeting, it being noted that the proposed bylaw amends the administrative monetary penalty system bylaw. So Mr. Katolik, if we pass these two recommendations tonight at this committee, and if it is passed by council at the April 12th, I believe, meeting, what will that mean? What does that mean? And I understand it will come back in May, but if you could explain to us what passing this recommendation would mean and what are the next steps?
Through the chair, excuse me, Civic Administration listened intently to all the comments at tonight's PPM. And we recognize that there were some main themes. So similar to how we reported back on some other bigger issues in the past, such as regulating Uber, such as regulating rental licenses, the whole business licensing bylaw review, we will provide comments on the key issues and provide recommendations on a bylaw with some options. And those options will include impact on any staff resources if we foresee any need for that.
I appreciate that, Mr. Katolik. So you will come back with a draft bylaw. You will comment on the key issues that were raised here tonight, and you'll provide council with options based on what you heard tonight on how a possible bylaw could move forward around short-term rentals. And I suspect if any committee member has anything that they would like raised specifically or considered by you and your staff specifically, that we could raise that tonight and make sure that that's part of your consideration.
Yes, through the chair. I don't know how many citizens actually spoke tonight, but I know there was dozens. I know there was some key issues. And I also am aware that there were some questions that I was unable to answer because I have to confer with other departments. So all that would be addressed.
I appreciate that, Mr. Katolik. I will go to Councillor Van Holst. I see you have your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just wondering if staff would have the possibility, if there's the possibility of linking the nuisance party complaints to short-term rentals. It seems that we know the number of the short-term rentals, so I suppose we know where they are. I don't know if at this point you could tell me how many nuisance party complaints there were last year, but it would certainly be interesting to see if the measures that are being taken by Airbnb, which lists, as I understand, 90% of these short-term rentals, if the measures that they're taking are indeed being effective.
So, Councillor, we did hear from staff earlier, and they said that when they get a bylaw complaint, they don't categorize it as a complaint coming from a short-term rental versus any other property.
Yes, I realize that, but I would say that now, for the purposes of determining whether or not we should go forward with this bylaw, that data would be a valuable thing. And since we've got the list of complaints, and it seems like we've got the list of properties, we might be able to get a sense of how many might be coming from there. So that's a piece of information I would be interested in.
Okay.
Through the chair,
Go ahead.
that would be very difficult to research because we are now dealing with past complaints. And the other factor is that we are not the only compliance agency that deals with complaints. London Police also take on a lot of nuisance type complaints, especially at night when a lot of these issues around short-term accommodations and long-term accommodations and owner-occupied properties occur.
Okay, Madam Chair. Well, then I will relent in my quest and withdraw that. I can see that sort of trying to coordinate with those other agencies would be difficult. So,
thank you, Councillor. Thank you. I'll go to you, Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to our staff. And I'm just, continuing to bounce ideas around in my brain as we listen to the discussion. I wonder if when we have talked about the short-term accommodations that are not the primary residence, in staff's opinion, would it already be possible? We heard Mr. Ling reference the zoning option that other cities have used. Could these operators simply apply for zoning on those properties under the hotel business license class, or have other municipalities created a completely separate class of zoning for those?
Mr. Katolik?
I can answer that if you want, Orest.
Okay.
Through you, Madam Chair, there are some municipalities who do have or have made consideration for a special category of, commercial zoning that permits a short-term accommodation or that allows something within a residential rental zone specific to it. I wouldn't say many of them, but most of them just say, if you're in a residential zone, if you're in a neighborhood, these aren't permitted because they're not the type of uses that were contemplated in the midst of residential neighborhoods. But there are some that have made that consideration.
Great, that's helpful to hear, and I think and I know staff have a lot of work on their plate around this to get it back to us in May. But I think I would like to see at least whether when options come back, even if staff's recommendation when it comes back is we looked into it and it's not possible, but I would appreciate it if we could get that looked into a little bit. One of the things that I think is relevant is because, as I referenced earlier, essentially these operations have been operating, especially when it's not the primary residence, as a de facto commercial business in a residentially zoned area. So if there's an option that would foresee a zoning change and a business license applied for non-primary residences, I suspect that there are many owners who might see that as too onerous and decide to do something else with the property. But if it was at least potentially an option for us to consider, I'd like to hear what that might look like when this comes back to us. I will just continue by saying the bylaw is laid out. I'm quite comfortable with where everything has landed in terms of those operators who are using their primary residence, in terms of the requirements, inspections, licensing fees. I think they're all quite reasonable. But I would like to consider, before we pass something, if there's any option for people who want to keep their non-primary residents operating in this manner, what should that look like if it's doable at all? And essentially what I'm asking is there a two-tiered option here? Because I heard that suggested much earlier in the discussion, and I don't see it reflected in the report, and there may be some good reasons for that, and Mr. Ling has shared a couple of them with us. But if we could get that in the report when it comes back, that would be appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, Councillor Van Holst, I am going to go to you. Before I do that, I'm going to see if there is a motion to put on the floor, and it's moved by Councillor Hamou, moving the staff recommendation. I'll see if there is a seconder, and there's only two options for a seconder, so I'm looking for the one other option, and I'm not seeing Any movement? Councillor Salih, would you like to second the motion?
No.
Okay, thank you. Then I will second the motion. So we have a motion on the floor, and now I will go to you, Councillor Van Holst, recognizing that we've been doing this for a couple of hours now, and we're going to move along soon.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I guess I had two things. One, I was doing a little calculation. It looks like based on the numbers here and the median income, there's maybe, this is about a $9.5 million of revenue that comes in from these. And that would be the municipal accommodation tax, maybe 380,000. So 190,000 would be for London. Has staff done a calculation to give us a sense of how much that might be? Is that in the ballpark?
Staff, have any calculations been done on any part of this revenue-wise?
Through the chair, we've only done calculations on potential licensing revenue should there be a requirement for staff resources.
Okay, thank you. And I suppose rather than going through all the trouble of figuring out the 4%, this could be something different where maybe there's a license fee of a number of $100 that people could pay, and that might be an option as well, but have it still go to that same fund. I also wanted to point out that just because we take those non-primary residences out of the short-term income doesn't mean they're going to fall back into long-term rentals. I know somebody actually who owned the house 2 down from me that had a problematic tenant and just decided to sell the house to a homeowner in order to rid themselves of the headaches. And so I would wonder if a number of the people that had expressed that they'd had similar experiences might be doing the same thing. So it's not necessarily going to help with that. They might just move into primary residences for people as opposed to long-term rentals. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Councillor. And I'm not seeing any other hands going up for comments, so I'm going to call the vote.
Councillors Helmer and Councillor Slee.
I'm going to vote nay manually. I'm just having tech issues.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 2-1 with 1 abstain.
Thank you. Thanks again for coming out. All that means is that this is going forward. Staff have listened to everything that was said tonight, and there will be more on this. This is not settled by any means. So thank you again. I'm going to ask for a motion to recess for 10 minutes, just a quick 10-minute break, moved by Councillor Hamou. I'll second that motion, and I guess we'll vote electronically. You want to vote manually? We will vote manually. All those in favor?
Yay.
There's Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Helmer. That motion carries. 10 minutes. We'll be back at 7:34. All right, it is 7:34. We're back from our recess. I will mention there are some people that are still on Zoom. You are welcome to stay and watch the meeting. We always welcome the members of the public to come. But we have dealt with the short-term rental part of the meeting tonight. That will go forward to council for a decision on April 12th. And we won't be discussing that anymore tonight. So thank you again for coming out. Your participation is much appreciated. And now we will move to items for direction. And the first one is item 4.1. We have a request for delegation. I'll just check and see if Ms. Velastro is with us right now, and if that delegation request is for tonight. It will be up to the committee to decide whether to hear it tonight or at a future meeting, but the first step is to verify if Ms. Velastro is here. If you could just verbally confirm. I'm not hearing from Ms. Velastro, so I am assuming that she's not here tonight. So you see on your agenda that Ms. Velastro has made a request for delegation status before this committee, and it is to deal with the issue of a potential light pollution bylaw. You have all read the submission, I am assuming, requesting delegation status to come before this committee. I wonder if committee would like to make a motion to hear this delegation.
Chair, I'll move a motion. Sorry, not even raise my hand, but I'll move a motion to receive for future delegation if Ms. Velastro so chooses to attend.
Yes, okay. So Councillor Salih has moved a motion that Ms. Velastro will be granted delegation status at a future meeting and that the clerks will arrange for that, for advising Ms. Velastro what meeting that will take place at. Do I have a second for that motion? Does anybody? Oh, Councillor Hamou is seconding that motion. Is there any discussion? No discussion. I will call the vote.
Sorry, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
Thank you. All right, that takes us to 4.2. Sorry, we already did 4.2. It's been a while. Okay, it takes us then to 4.3, which is the second report of the Animal Welfare Advisory Committee. We do have a number of requests for delegation status as well. I'll go to you, Councillor Helmer.
Thank you. I think at the appropriate time, I'm happy to hear delegations, but I think before we deal with that, either this meeting or a future meeting, I have some questions for the city solicitor that I'd like to clear up even before we deal with any of the delegations or the report from the advisory committee, the requests. So I wonder if we might be able to go into closed session and get advice on this issue now. I guess I'd move that we do that.
Okay, I like that motion, Councillor Helmer, that we go in camera to hear legal advice. Before I ask for a second, there is a phone number that just entered the meeting, and I'm wondering if that is Ms. Velastro.
Yes, it's me. Hello?
Okay, so Ms. Velastro, the committee just voted to grant you delegation status at a future meeting of this committee, and that the clerk will arrange that time and for delegation with you. So now we have a motion on the floor to go in camera to receive legal advice. It's moved by Councillor Helmer. Do I have a second? It's seconded by Councillor Hamou. I'm not seeing any discussion on that motion, so I will call the vote.
Counselor Salee,
EA manually.
closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
For the people who are here for item 4.3, my apologies, but we will first go into closed session to get some advice from the city solicitor, and I appreciate your patience. Thank you. We will, when we return, we will turn everything back on. Okay, we are back in public session. Welcome, everybody. And we are still on item 4.3. Councillor Helmer.
Thank you. I preface this by saying I think this might be an unpopular idea, but I'm going to raise it now to see if there's support for it at this point. I know there's a number of delegation requests on the agenda. Myself, I'd like to get a future report from the city solicitor on this issue. And for that reason, I'd like to refer the item on the AWAC agenda, which is related to private and mobile zoos, to our next meeting, which is sometime in April, and to have a legal report come to us there so we can consider that matter and the delegation requests that have been put on the agenda. I'd like to approve those now for that future meeting in April. Hopefully we can schedule it so people know what time it is, and we can deal with the issue in April. I think that that's the best way to proceed at this point. I know I'm sure many people have been waiting through the discussion around the issue I was conflicted on and wanting to talk tonight about this issue, but I think dealing with it April is a wiser course given where we're at right now. So I'll move that. The rest of the report I think we can receive. So if you want to do it all as one motion, I'm fine with that.
So thank you. I was just confirming that with the clerk. So the motion would be that we receive the Animal Welfare Advisory Committee report, except for clause 4.2, which would be referred to the April meeting of Community and Protective Services Committee, and approve the delegation requests that are on today's agenda, approve them for the April meeting as well. And that's moved by Councillor Helmer, seconded by Councillor Hamou. Is there any discussion on that? And also in part of your motion, Councillor Helmer, was that we would get a report from the city solicitor on this matter. The clerk is putting this together and it will be an e-scribe. But I would invite any discussion, if there is any, at this time. Ms. Westlake Power, if you could give us some dates and times of meetings in April.
Thank you. Just for some clarity for those who are on the meeting and for staff and so on, the next regular meeting of the Community and Protective Services Committee will be April the 20th. This matter, if the referral is passed at council, will automatically appear under stage 5 deferred matters on that agenda. So the deadline for the regular agenda will be Thursday, April the 14th, due to the holiday closure for Easter. However, because this will automatically roll onto the agenda because it's been deferred by the committee if this passes, that means that added submissions that relate to an item on the agenda could be received up to 9 a.m. on Tuesday, April the 19th.
So because this committee is automatically deferring this to the April 20th meeting, then the deadline for submissions is 9 a.m. Tuesday, April 19th.
That's right. There could still be submissions for the regular agenda, but because it will automatically appear, there's a little bit of additional latitude, which I think is important to note for those involved.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. The motion is in eScribe if you want to take a look. Okay, so I will read out the motion for people who are observing this meeting and those who are in our Zoom meeting right now. That the following actions be taken with respect to the second report of the Animal Welfare Advisory Committee from its meeting held on March 3rd, 2022. A, the following actions be taken with respect to private and mobile zoos. 1, the municipal council be requested to affirm that the exemption in the city of London, that's not, sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. Sorry, the new motion is this. Clause 4.2 on the second report of the Animal Welfare Advisory Committee be deferred to the April 20th, 2022 meeting of the CPSC. The delegations on the agenda / added agenda be approved for the April 20th, 2022 meeting. The remainder of the second report of AWAC be received and legal staff be requested to prepare a report for the April 20th, 2022 CPSC meeting with respect to this matter. How does that sound, Councillor Helmer? If any discussion on that motion, seeing none, I will call the question.
Councillor Slee voting yea manually.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
We're looking for delegation status. Thank you for your patience tonight. I apologize that you did not get a chance to speak tonight, but we do want to make sure we have all the information that we need to discuss this matter. And your delegations have been approved for the April 20th meeting, and so we will see you at that time. Thank you again for coming tonight. So we have one final item on the agenda. It is the deferred matters list or additional business. I'm not aware of any additional business, but I do need a motion to receive the deferred matters list. And it is moved by Councillor Hamou and seconded by Councillor Helmer. Thank you. Any discussion on the deferred matters? Seeing none, I will call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion carries 4-0.
One final motion will be a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Helmer, seconded by Councillor Hamou. We can do a hand vote on that. All those in favor? Oh, I saw Councillor Salih's hand go up. That motion carried, Madam Clerk. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Thanks very much.